Moo! Hello, everyone, and welcome to this chess Olympiad, which is delayed for the first round, predictably. And unfortunately, we don't have cameras. And also, I started the stream in a lower resolution than I was supposed to. Bear with me. It's gonna be better tomorrow. That's the best thing I can say. But I am both the commentator and the producer of this show. So, yeah, keep your expectations low. Speaking of, who am I to be such a multi-talented person? I am a chess grandmaster, Jon Ludvig Hammer, and I find myself in the very peculiar situation for a Norwegian to be cheering for Swedes. But, you know, life throws many surprises at you. So what are you going to do? The first round, Sweden is going to be playing against Fiji. And you might think that is a very exotic matchup. But I actually got a fun fact from Anna herself that Sweden also played against Fiji in the first round of the Chess Olympiad 2 years ago in Chennai, India. And actually, Anna is going to be playing against the same opponent which she played 2 years ago, although this time she has the opposite colors compared to that match. I'm slightly stressed out, so bear with me. There was a water leak in my building like an hour ago, and I was trying to fix that, and that means that some tech may not be 100%, because I was, trying to mitigate damage because I'm responsible like that. It wasn't my apartment, but since I'm so responsible, I'm in the building. I don't know if you would call it like a traditional, what's the thing that Americans hate? House owner association. But being a responsible guy, I try to help out. But this was all a prelude to showing you guys what we have in store for today. So we have this scene with Anna's game, and notice how Anna is playing with the black pieces, and I remembered to flip the board so that we can see it from her perspective. If you guys know me, you know that I only remember that like 1 out of 70 times. So that's pretty good. Pia, she's playing on board 1, so she also has the black pieces. So this is our scene number 2. And then, look at this. This is some advanced tech stuff. I got help with this. And also, the board is green. I don't know how to fix that because of the advanced tech thingy I did. But here we have all the boards of the entire Swedish team. And this is a good way to segue into the format of this week's, or rather 2 weeks of competition we have ahead of ourselves. This is the Chess Olympiad, which is basically like a world championship for national teams. And in chess, we play team events in a bit of a different way than some other sports. So normally when you hear team, you think working together. Chess we don't do that stuff. We're individualists. So everyone plays their own game, but there are 4 games going on concurrently. And then we do some quick maths after everyone is done, and you calculate the final score. Hopefully today, the goal is that the score is 4-0, giving 4 wins to all the Swedish girls on the team. We're going to be playing for 12 days. 11 rounds and 1 rest day. But there are 5 players to each team. So it's not guaranteed that Pia or Anna is gonna play every single round. That will depend on the captain, which, let me check my notes. The captain of the Swedish team seems to be the father of one of the players and the husband of another. Suspicious, but I guess that's how they do it in Sweden. Nepotism and aristocracy and whatnot. Oh, you're only listening to the music. I must admit, yeah. So the idea was to have some background music on this scene, and to be honest, I forgot about it. My bad. I hope you heard some of what I said. It was very annoying hearing myself in echo on the stream, but there was definitely a benefit to it that I realized when the music was too loud. So the idea is that I'm gonna be using this scene when I'm taking my breaks. And that's why it was, the intention was that it would be nice with some background music. But all good intentions. I thought the game started at 3 p.m. Well, they were supposed to. And what I can tell you is that I got a report from the Norwegian team that they've been waiting for over an hour to be bussed from their hotel to the venue. So I'm expecting there to be a rather significant delay. I'm not even sure they started the games in Budapest. And even when they do start the games, there's going to be another 15 minutes for the relay delay, broadcast delay. So you're basically stuck with me jabbering now for 15 minutes. So what are you going to do? Back to main scene? Well, the main scene is Anna's game, right? But in some ways, this is a good main scene in that it includes all the Swedish players in one. But, you know, if you're asking, I guess. Will there be no video at all? No, unfortunately not. The World Chess Federation doesn't really allow cameras in the venue. So I suppose you could technically do a broadcast deal with the World Chess Federation and have them supply cameras on the boards you're interested in. Norwegian TV2 tried to do that for the Norwegian team. And TV2 is like a $1 billion company. And they thought it was too expensive for having cameras on the Norwegian team and Magnus. And I would imagine then having revenue somewhat below $1 billion. Anna found it too expensive. Why are you not competing for Norway? Asks Kodrud. I was not selected to the Norwegian team. Apparently, I'm not playing enough chess these days. There may have been some requirement I didn't fulfill. But yeah, I gotta say, this is the first time I've not been selected for the team in since 2008. It hurts a little bit. Covering too many noob games. I am working a lot and not playing as much. I will agree, yes. There are 150 cameras at the venue, but they are only filming 80 boards total. Well, if they knew what's good for them, Anna would be one of those boards, though. Why do I always see you drinking tea? 'Cause that's my drink of choice. What do you mean? You gotta hydrate. Although I'm not sure tea qualifies, because tea kind of makes you lose the water you have. How is it so different from a normal tournament with the cameras and stuff? The World Chess Federation is just a lot stricter with security. And they don't really care about a streamer visiting their tournament because they got like 15 of the world's top 20 players. Streamers are like just another person at the venue as far as they're concerned. You lose a lot of your star power when you're surrounded by Carlsen, Caruana, and the like. Who is the favorite team to win? In the women's section, China has traditionally been one of the best teams. Russia is not allowed to participate these days. Otherwise, they would be a strong candidate. But China, for some reason, like the top 4 Chinese women are not playing this year. And that means that the section is way more open than what's normal. To be entirely honest, I'm not even sure who's the first ranked team. Maybe India? Let me check. Starting rank. Number 1, India. Number 2, Georgia. 3, Poland. 4, China, even though it's a very reserved China team. And then number 5, Ukraine. But Ukraine are also missing some of their top players. Sweden is ranked number 33, 2 spots ahead of Norway in 35. Big internal competition there. Are you professional enough to do unbiased Sweden versus Norway commentary? No, I don't think so. But probably we're not going to get a Sweden versus Norway matchup because the teams are ranked so similarly. And normally teams who are almost adjacent in the rankings tend not to play against each other because there's always well, it's a technical thing, but you take the teams on a certain amount of points and then you just cut it in half and have the top half play against the bottom half. And for that reason, it means that having teams next to each other in the rankings play against each other is rare. Can Russian players compete? So there's been a lot of Russian players who has changed their federations. And those players are being allowed to compete. Okay, I need to learn what these... Okay, so that's a Prime sub. Am I supposed to have that high of a... I feel like the alert box is a bit loud. I'll confer. You guys cannot hear the alert box, which is how it's supposed to be. Never mind. So I'm the only one getting to hear all of you guys coming in with your Prime subs. It is appreciated. Russian athletes being punished for the actions of their government is wildly unfair. Yeah, this seems like the kind of topic I'm not supposed to have an opinion on someone else's stream. But then being myself, I kind of do. I think it's fine. But it's a bit unfair because there's a lot of misbehaving countries. And somehow not all of the misbehaving countries tend to be punished in the same way. But if your country starts killing lots of attacks another country, I think it's fine that your country is kind of punished for that. Because it's like the world community saying that we will not stand for this kind of behavior. And it puts some pressure on the government to actually get their act together. Hammer doesn't give a damn about consequences. Well, the thing is, I do care about consequences. It's just, in my experience, talking for half a minute about something in a 2,000-minute broadcast, it tends to... but also, it's also like, the best way of getting other people to share your opinions is by talking about it and making your argument, right? If you want to have influence over the world, you can't do that by just, sitting quietly and never talking about what you feel and what your opinions are. And also, if you do express your opinion, there's a better chance that someone can try and get at your opinions and try and argue against it and maybe convince you that you were wrong about beliefs you otherwise would have, held and been wrong about on your own. What are the top seeds in the open section? Let's see. In the open section, we have the US slightly ahead of India, China number 3, and reigning champions, Uzbekistan, ranked as number 4. But when they were leading... Okay, I need to figure out how I turn this alert box off on my headset, because now it's actually starting to bug me. Oh my god, we have moves! We have moves! Out of nowhere, the moves are popping up. Never mind. I guess I'll have to live with the alert box for now. We got moves. So we're 23 minutes delayed, but moves are coming in. And in Anna's game, she has opted for a Sicilian defense. I find this very interesting because against the d4 pawn openings, the queen pawn openings, she plays the most solid stuff, the most classical kind of play ever. But then against the king pawn, she plays the super aggressive Sicilian defense. I feel like her openings aren't really... they're not fit to her style. I haven't really decided what Anna's style is yet. I haven't seen enough of her games. But when she's playing super aggressive in one black opening and then super solid in the other, there has to be, like, no matter what her style is, something is wrong. Knight to f3, e6. So she goes for the Khan/Taimanov. It's really only decided which one it is on the next move, whether she goes pawn to a6 or knight to c6 next. Her opponent goes knight to c3. Okay, this is interesting. She delays pawn to d4. That's a bit unusual. Anna goes knight to c6, now pawn to d4. There's a trade, and this is the reason people play the Sicilian, because now black gets 2 central pawns against white's 1. So 2 versus 1 in the center of the board, but on the other hand, black is in a worse position to get their pieces out quickly. And here Anna goes knight to f6, which is a pretty controversial move. Actually, I've been playing this myself as black in the last couple of years. And here the idea is that you allow white to make the trade between the knights. As a result of that trade, the black knight is no longer protecting the e5 square. And that allows white to go pawn to e5, putting pressure on the knight moves into the center, but this pawn being so aggressively placed gives white some options here for an advantage. Knight to e4 is the move recommended here, because then you can push your pawn up to kick black's knight out of position on the next move. So this can be very, very, very tricky. However, if your opponent doesn't respond in aggressive fashion, such as here, where Seidel, she has played knight back to f3, moving her same piece for the 3rd time. Now, black massively benefits from having been quick in getting their pieces into the game. In addition, black has that 2 versus 1 in the center of the board. And with the move bishop to b4, black can now seize the initiative, putting pressure in towards the white king and having 3 developed pieces while white only has 2. And the reason for that is because this knight went back and forth and wasted time. d6 could be a cow. Well, pawn to d6 would be the massively improved cow, where your knights are more centralized, controlling the squares in the middle of the board, and they only spent 1 move to get there as opposed to 2 moves. So this would be like the 10 times better cow opening. It's too good to be called a cow, really. That's the truth. Did you lobby the chessboard colors? No, I wanted the wooden ones. I wanted, I think, walnut. This is the one I like. But Anna said, no, we're gonna go with brown. I do what the boss lady tells me to. At least then I don't need to make any decisions. The bison opening, the Sicilian cow. We're on to something here. Walnut is so much better. I mean, I agree. Did Alexandra make the Canadian team? No. There's 5 players on each team, and she was number 6. RIP. Okay, bishop to b4. Good move. Good move from Anna, immediately putting pressure in towards the white king. In fact, the pawn in the center of the board is already under attack. If white is careless here and just moves her bishop into the game, Anna would be able to capture the pawn. The idea being that the white knight is not allowed to recapture because of the pressure the bishop then would have on the king. So already threatening to win a pawn here. We're getting a question about Pia's opening, and since both the Cromlin girls are playing with the black pieces today, I think it makes sense to take a little look at how Pia does things, because normally, well, she does things better, let's say, better. But interestingly, Pia has gone for basically the same opening. So let's go back a little bit. Pawn to e4, same first move here from Kieran. c5, Sicilian from Pia, just like from Anna. Knight to f3, same move. e6, same move. So far, identical play. And then d4 here. So here, knight to c3 was played by Anna's opponent, whereas Kieran goes d4 immediately. And the main difference here is that after the trade in the center, instead of moving the knight to c6, which is what Anna kind of did, Pia goes for pawn a6. And so Anna's opening is, well, it's kind of called the four knight Sicilian. But it's like a cousin of the Taimanov opening. Whereas when Pia holds back the development of this knight and instead goes to play with the pawns, this is known as the Khan opening. And after knight to c3, Pia goes b5. And one of her arguments is that if she had developed the knight earlier, that knight would be blocking her own bishop. Right now, she's prioritizing the development of the bishop to get some pressure in towards white's pawn in the center of the board. And then she's not going to want a knight interrupting the bishop's diagonal. After bishop to d3, Pia is thinking, but I am definitely expecting her to move bishop to b7 and have that bishop pointing down through the center of the board. That very much seems like what she was planning, and indeed it is what she goes for in the end. Switching back to Anna's board, her opponent has gone bishop to d3, which was a good move. Her opponent realized the threat to the pawn in the center of the board and has moved her bishop to keep that pawn protected. Now, what's interesting about this position is that the most obvious move here for black to make is pawn to d5, trying to advance their 2 versus 1 in the center of the board. But interestingly, the computer thinks this move would be a mistake, despite increasing the pressure in the center of the board. And it believes this to be a mistake because white has some kind of pawn sacrifice ideas. And instead, the computer recommends to trade a bishop for a knight, which is always a very interesting decision in a game of chess. Trading the bishop for the knight, giving white what is known as isolated doubled pawns. They're doubled because they're on the same file, and they're isolated because there are no adjacent pawns to protect them. And also, these guys are on a semi-open line, which means that there's possibility for a black rook to point down towards them because there are no black pawns on this open file, which means that the rook gets access and potential for that pressure much easier than normal. And then after having given up a bishop that moves on the dark squares, this is very, very important. When you give up your bishop for a knight, it means that you now have a lot less control of the squares that the bishop was moving on. So a bishop either moves on the light squares or the dark squares. Here we gave up the dark squared bishop, and almost all our pawns in the middle are on light squares. So we have a light squared bishop and a light squared pawns, no dark squared bishop, and that creates a lot of dark squared weaknesses. And so to compensate for having given up our bishop, the computer then recommends that we move quickly to get our pawns over to the dark squares so that these will help take important dark squares under control and thereby work together better with the bishop so that the bishop can control the light squares and the pawns control the dark squares. Very interesting strategic recommendation here from the chess engine, and we'll see what Anna comes up with. This could be her first big think of the game. Okay, no more moves at Pia's board, so I'm gonna go to the overview because there are not just the Kremlings playing today. We also have Inna Agrest on board 2. She is also the Swedish girl seems to specialize in having grandmaster fathers. Inna is the daughter of Yevgeny Agrest, who is one of the top-rated men in Sweden, and she's quite the player herself, boosting a 2,000 rating, 2,200 rating, and based on her board. So I put board 1 Pia on the upper left, then I put board 2 on the upper right, and as far as I can see, Inna is already winning her game. She's gonna win a pawn now on the next move, and she's gonna take away her opponent's option to castle. So Inna already has a winning position, probably gonna put Sweden up to 1-0. And then on board 4, which is the bottom right, we have Margarita, who is the reigning Nordic junior girls champion. The Nordic girls under 20, she is the reigning champion there. And she also, with the white pieces, seems to have gotten an advantage there, having her pawns well placed in the center of the board. So the match right now is looking very good for the Swedes. And in fact, the only Swede who doesn't have an advantage, according to the computer, is actually Pia. Lemel asks, why is Sweden playing against Fiji? So in the first round, what happens is that some of the very strong teams play against teams that are not necessarily so strong. So it's a bit of a random draw. And Sweden is ranked about number 25 in the tournament. And Fiji is ranked as, I actually should have checked that before we started the stream. Fiji is number 167. No, wait, that's for the open section. Fiji is ranked as number 123. So in the first round of the Chess Olympiad, because there are so many countries represented, there are some somewhat mismatched pairings in the first round. But the Swedish team is not a stranger to playing against Fiji, because Anna told me that Sweden also played against Fiji in the first round of the Olympiad 2 years ago. And in fact, Anna played against the very same opponent back then. So this is the rematch from then. Anna didn't tell me what the score was, though. But I'm kind of assuming Sweden won 4-0 because they're quite a decent team. Sounds like a crazy coincidence. It's pretty wild, I would say. It's definitely less than a 5% chance of happening, I would say. But if the Swedish team is ranked about the same as they were 2 years ago, and the Fiji team is like, if no one is improving, but at the same time no one is deteriorating, maybe it makes sense. And you have the same amount of teams participating. It might be more likely than it sounds, because it sounds pretty darn unlikely. Is this a LAN event or do they have physical boards? They are playing on physical boards in Budapest. I've been watching FBI International and they make sure to always pronounce Budapest in the local kind of tone. And I think it's like Budapest. But yeah, they're playing in Hungary and they're playing on boards, but unfortunately we don't have cameras as the World Chess Federation is quite strict when it comes to anti-cheating measures. So bringing your own camera to film yourself while playing is a big no-go. Hammer, pronounce Elan again. I don't know, it's not that bad. Any word with an L, I'm gonna struggle a little bit. Can locals go and spectate the event? Probably not. The thing about the Olympiad is that it's the biggest thing there basically is in chess. There's almost 200 teams in the women's section. There's almost 200 teams in the open section. And 5 players per team. It means that there's like 2,000 players. And then there's arbiters and officials and dignitaries and whatnot. And the honest truth of it is that chess hasn't gotten further than a 3,000 person event being a bit too much to keep everything under control. Probably you can go and spectate, but you shouldn't go thinking that you're 100% gonna get to see Anna or Magnus. Because let's just say the Norwegian team has a tendency of not performing very well. And if you're not in the top boards, they usually don't make audience access to other than the top boards. And if Anna is playing, in the middle of nowhere, because like you're not allowed to walk among the players. You have to be like behind some, not bars, but some rope or whatnot. And there's just no spectators rope or access normally outside of the top boards. Sweden did go 4-0 versus Fiji 2 years ago. That's some good background fact checking, Ion. I appreciate that. The fact checking I should have done myself, but too lazy to do it because I have chat helping me out. Sounds a bit outdated. They need to up their game. Well, the thing is, they do have electronic boards for every single match. Let's just say that was not common 20 years ago. So they've definitely improved access to the games, but they're better equipped to cope with remote viewers rather than people on scene. Anna thinking too much? I think this is a very reasonable place to be thinking though. Because her most obvious move, pawn to d5, is a mistake according to the computer. And the computer is recommending that she makes a trade bishop for knight, which is a very committal decision. It ruins the pawn formation for white, with the pawns being more difficult to defend. But on the other hand, it leaves white with access to some very juicy dark squares now that black has given away their dark squared bishop. So, I mean, Anna would do better if she thought a bit less, but part of time management is understanding when to use your time. And I think Anna is hitting that pretty spot on. This is the right moment to invest time. And then preferably, she should invest 10 minutes instead of 20. But that's the next step of the puzzle. Everyone is in the same hole, so you should be able to see everyone in the distance. Yes. If one of you goes to Budapest and go to the venue, bring a binocular and then try and get a photo taken of you in the binoculars, trying to spot your favorite player in the distance. What opening is this? This is the Four Knights Sicilian, aka the massively improved cow. The bull, someone was suggesting. Okay, while Anna is thinking, moves are actually being made in Pia's game because she's slightly more sensible as far as time management goes. And Pia's opponent honestly kind of seems like she knows what she's doing. So Pia did put her bishop here on the edge, trying to point in towards the middle of the board. Interestingly, the bishop is one of, I think, maybe the only piece on the chessboard that actually likes being on the side of the board, because when it's on the side of the board, it's pointing in towards the middle, whereas this bishop that's placed in the middle of the board is actually pointing out towards the edge. Now, if black's king is on that edge of the board, it all makes sense, but in general, the reason why this bishop placement, called a fianchetto, is so popular is because there's often a lot of space on the side of the board, because normally you don't want your pieces over there. And then having one piece that actually benefits from being on the side makes for a pretty good placement. I personally have noticed that Magnus, since he played the World Championship match against Nepomniachtchi, he's been fianchettoing his bishops more than he used to. You can fact check me on that, but I'm pretty confident that he's been fianchettoing a lot more after the preparation he did for that Nepomniachtchi match. Do you know where in Budapest the competition is being held? I do not, but it shouldn't be incredibly difficult to find out. It's called the Bok Sports Stadium near the Puskas Stadium. That sounds pretty fancy. Why are they playing for the women's team? Because they're not good enough for the open section. That's not entirely true though. I think there is one player on the Swedish open section team that's rated about the same as Pia. So she could technically play for the open section, but she chooses to play with Anna, probably also kind of because that's what she's used to. She's been the rock of the Swedish women's team for decades already. Pushkash. I know he scored goals, and there's an award named after him. Is Anna's dad playing? No. He would. Well, actually, I think he switched to the Swedish Federation, but yeah, he's nowhere close to the open team. Like he's 200 points lower rated than Pia or something. Is this a first for Pia and Anna to be on the team together? No. It is, I would say, common for them to play on the same team. But that's a good question. How many times has Anna been on the Swedish Olympiad team previously? I would guess the answer is like 4, maybe 5. But maybe someone in chat can figure it out. She's not that old, so it can't be 5. Maybe like 3? Denmark says 3, but responding by just having a single digit in chat doesn't really give me the confidence in your information. You need to have a bit more context for me to believe. We actually stopped looking at the further moves in Pia's game. Her opponent castled. So Karen here is playing very sensibly, getting her pieces out and then her king to safety. And after knight to c6, challenging the white knight in the center, she goes for the trade. And after the trade, pawn to e5, which I think is a very interesting move, because it opens up this e4 square for the white knight, which is pretty good. And it also prevents the black knight from getting to its most obvious square, because now the white pawn has that square under control. The normal way of dealing with a pawn making its way forward so early on is to go pawn to d6 and just challenge it and try and trade it off. But Pia might not necessarily want to do that, because white is so better developed, the black king is still in the center. So getting into something like this and getting the white rook to target down towards your king could be a concern. At least that's what Pia is going to have to assess as she thinks about her next move. Internet says Anna played the Olympiad in 2016, 2022, and 2024, and 2023. Well, there was no chess Olympiad in 2023. So that's not right. But if we agree on the 16, 22, and 24, this is her third time playing for the Swedes. And of course, Pia has played every time Anna played. Oh, Pia goes pawn to f5. Honestly, I think that's a bit of a shocking move, but interestingly, it was the computer's top choice. Super interesting. With this move, she's taking control of the e4 square, which is the one I talked about where you might get hit by the white knight making its way to the e4 square next. And if white tries now to do the en passant move, well, then you don't have to be concerned about the development of the knight. I said that we can't get our knight to the most obvious square. Well, now you can. And not only can you do that, you can do that with 2 pawns in the middle of the board while white has none. So black is racking up some long-term advantages, and then you have to assess them against the short-term disadvantage of potentially having stuff pointing down towards your uncastled king. That being said, you would only be 2 moves away from castling here, since you got the knight into play. Pawn to f5, it gets the green star, which means that it was considered the best move in the position. Great play there from Pia, and she spent just under 7 minutes for that decision. We're gonna jump back to Anna's game. There's been 2 more moves. Anna played queen to c7, which I think her intention is to capture this knight. Maybe she wants to go a6. So if white had castled here, you have to be a bit careful of this knight now potentially coming in to attack your queen. Probably pawn to a6 was Anna's intention. And there are some interesting traps here, where if white just develops their queen normally, you can go knight to g4. And this is super sneaky because when white tries to kick the knight away, you hit them with a knight to d4. The knight attacking the queen. The knight is undefended. It can be captured, but then the white knight moves away from the h2 square, allowing the queen to come in protected by the knight to deliver a checkmate. And if instead the knight stays put, you gotta move the queen that's under attack. But if the queen steps back, black captures the knight with an attack on the king, check. So white doesn't have time to eliminate this guy. And once again, this guy becomes the hero as it protects the queen to give the checkmate. And I think part of the reason why I'm mentioning this is I think it explains white's move here, pawn to h3. White is aware of these sneaky ideas with the knight moving into the attack, combining threats with the queen against the h2 square. So she goes pawn to h3 to keep that square under control. Anna then plays quickly, which, I mean, we have been encouraging her to play more quickly, but pawn to h3, pawn to h6, I'm not sure I'm such a big fan. Okay, the good thing about this is that it controls the g5 square, so you're preventing the bishop from coming up here and putting pressure on your knight. But the thing is, like, if you played pawn to a6, which was probably your plan anyway, because you got to do this to avoid your queen getting attacked sometime in the future. If white then moves up and puts pressure on your knight, you're completely fine with just telling the bishop, trade for my knight. I don't care if I get doubled pawns, because now I'm just increasing my control in towards the center of the board. White, without the dark squared bishop, is giving black a lot of control of the dark squares here. And you also open up for the rook to potentially attack down towards the white king. So h6 is, what I like about this move is that she's playing it quickly. But what I dislike is that it prevents something that didn't need preventing. Because we appreciate a bishop more than a knight, so we're not scared of this trade. Okay, pawn to h6, then after bishop to d2, white makes sure that Anna no longer can make this trade, bishop for knight, because now it's not necessary to recapture with a pawn, which would leave these white pawns a bit poorly defended long term. Instead, now bishop takes back is available, and that just gives white very good bishops and nice pressure on the dark squares. But at the same time, with this bishop coming in, there's no longer the pressure from black's bishop on the king. So the knight can move again, and the knight can move to attack the queen. So Anna goes pawn to a6 to prevent the knight from coming up. Sensible enough play. Anna has, she's already down 20 minutes on the clock, which is not great, but at the same time, those 20 minutes just came from one move, this queen to c7. She was showing some indecisiveness for that move, but once she decided there, she has sped up since, playing both this pawn to h6 and a6 pretty quickly. Would you not castle anymore? I mean, I think white should have castled like 5 moves ago, and Anna should castle, well, now at the very least. Although after this queen to e2 move, that's a really interesting one. Because now if Anna castles, that could be a big mistake. Because it allows white to advance in the center, attacking the knight. And when the knight moves, the queen could come up working together with the bishop, pointing down towards the black king, which lost one of its most important defenders as the knight moved away. So yeah, actually Anna cannot castle right now. This this queen to e2 move is quite venomous, because in addition to threatening this advance in the center, which Anna probably should stop, moving her pawn to d6 and taking the e5 square under control, now white could castle queenside. And if Anna then castles herself, white can just start rushing with her pawns to push forward, to challenge the black pieces and try and open up here. The attack against the pawn, the attack against the knight forces the trade. And then after the trade, white can get their rooks pointing down towards the king very quickly afterwards. So queen to e2 preserves the option of queenside castling for white, and this could become very, very dangerous for the black king. In fact, the black king is probably better off right now remaining in the center rather than committing itself to the left side, where white has such a promising attack pushing in. Okay, I'm gonna have to grab a bite to eat because I did have somewhat of an emergency right before the stream started, so I didn't manage to finish my lunch. But we are gonna move to the overview screen. We're gonna turn on some of that background music. We're gonna see that Inna Agrest on the second board, upper right, she already has a pawn advantage in addition to having chased her opponent's king into the corner. So Inna has a big advantage. Pia just played a super move, pawn to f5, which is causing her opponent a lot of concern, causing her opponent to think for quite a bit. Right now, Anna is the only Swedish player with a worse position according to the engine's evaluation, and Margareta on the fourth and final board has advanced her pawns in the center. We can see the question mark on her opponent's previous move, indicating that Sweden should have good chances to win both of their white games, even though we're only half an hour, 45 minutes into the games. So I'm gonna take a little break, and I'll see you back soon enough. Okay, I'm back. Did you miss me? Did we have any moves? Oh my gosh! On the fourth board of the Swedish team, we have a double X-Clam. A bishop sacrifice, luring the Black King out into the open. What a move that is. And hopefully that's going to give Sweden the win there. Although when you give away a bishop, you do have to be quite accurate moving forward. So we'll see how that goes. But Sweden looking very strong so far in the match. Let's move to Anna's board because that's where we've had quite a few developments. After this queen to e2, Anna did go pawn to d6, which was absolutely a necessity in this situation. She needed to increase her control of the e5 square, thereby preventing her opponent from advancing the pawn in the center and pushing the black defensive knight away. White follows up with castles kingside. Honestly, I'm slightly surprised by this because I thought the point of moving the queen up first before castling was to go to the other side with the king. At the very least, white could have tried to wait and see if Anna made the mistake of castling. Because if white makes like a nothing move, I guess you don't really have a nothing move here. Yeah, it's very difficult to disguise your plan. Because I kind of want to go rook to g1, but then it's very obvious to everyone that, yeah, you should probably not castle into that file where your opponent just put their rook. So white, I guess, was kind of just lacking flexible, non-standard moves. It's like if white could say pass in this position, imagine if white went with the bishop forward here, and then with the queen, and then went back with the bishop. If we could have this same situation with black to move, then it would be like, oh, if Anna castles here, then boom, she might get into big trouble. That being said, moving back to the current position here we had, after white castles, then it's safe for black to castle as well, because now anytime you try to advance the pawns to try and attack the black king, you're going to be exposing your own king at the same time. So now the plan of rushing with the pawns towards the black king is just nowhere near as effective. In fact, it's probably going to do more damage to your own king than to blacks. After that, rook to e1, that's sensible. I guess she's going to go rook to d1 next. And Anna is now thinking. She's down. She was down 20 minutes. Now she's down 30 minutes. So her opponent is playing very quickly. And her opponent has a very obvious next move coming up. And Anna needs to, this is one of those situations where you need to formulate a plan moving forward. Rook to d8. Okay, I think it's somewhat of a weird move in my opinion, but it was one of the computer's top choices. And I think I'm starting to realize why this was, well, at least what Anna's intention was. Because now, if white tries to push their pawn forward in the center, which this rook to e1 may have been a preparation for, then Anna will be ready after all of these trades. She will have her rook already in place to point down towards the white bishops in the center of the board. So that's my best guess for the intention behind that move. And I'm expecting white to go rook to d1 pretty quickly. Just centralizing their pieces and trying to move quickly, knowing that Anna's weakness is her time management. Because Seidel, she played against Anna last year in the Chess Olympiad, so she will have some opinion about what Anna's weaknesses are. Broken layout? What is broken? The chat? Oh, the broken layout on the left? Yeah, it's not optimal. But chess.com has made a custom background for the Chess Olympiad, and I don't know how to get rid of it. Mate in 5 on board 4? Okay. We're gonna have to stop by that. Checkmate coming up. Ooh, black really needed to move the king up the board. Instead, now the white queen is going to come in. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to make our first change of the score in this this tournament for this week. Because here the white queen steps back, attacking the black king in the corner. The king only has one square to go to, after which the white queen will be chasing the king until it's checkmate. It's a pretty finish. It was beautifully done. This is Margarita. She is the reigning Nordic girls champion. The #1 Nordic girl under 20. And she's starting this Olympiad in style. How many moves did that game last? Well, it's not over yet, but we are expecting a checkmate in 3 moves, which would put the game at like 15, 18 moves. Definitely looks like a Greek gift. Yes, indeed, that is the method white used. The Greek gift is the nickname for a bishop sacrifice to lure the opponent's king into the open. And that is what Margarita did. And it's going to give her a sweet, sweet win. Can we get a quick recap of that game? Yeah, I think that makes sense. We can do that. Take the gift and lose. That is the Greek style. I see someone in chat already mentioning the Trojans. It's already over. Well, let's see her put the finishing touches on this. The king moved out of the corner in the bottom right. The queen is chasing after the king. The queen protected by the knight. The king only has one legal square to go to. The queen now will continue chasing after that black king. And once again, the black king will only have one legal square to go to. But after the black king moves back into the center, the queen will capture the pawn, and it's gonna be checkmate. It is checkmate, and an adjustment must be made in the layout. It's Sweden 1, Fiji 0. GG. She let her checkmate. Honestly, I kind of like that. There's not enough checkmates in chess, in my opinion. Okay. Anna's opponent is still thinking. So we're just going to do a quick recap of this game. I'm just going to use the Anna board for this. So I think it was an Owen's defense. That's what it looked like to me. Black early on putting their bishop out to attack in towards the pawns in the center. And then white just kind of moved their pieces out sensibly. And when black attacked this pawn with both the bishop and the knight, the queen came in to defend. And here black made a big mistake. Black castled their king. And normally I encourage people to castle, but this is an exception. After castles, pawn to e5 was very, very strong. Attacking the knight, getting the knight away from the defense of the black king, which is a theme we also saw in Anna's game, that she needed to avoid precisely this advance of the pawn in the center. And when the knight moved away, bam! Bishop takes pawn. The Greek gift sacrifice, luring the king into the open. The knight continues afterwards with the check. Normally, the only way to survive this is to move your king further up. But here, computer says pawn to h4 is a convincing winning move. Normally, you want to go queen to g4 to point the queen in towards the black king. But computer says that that would not have been an obvious win for white. And instead, you should push the pawn up to have the pawn give a check next move. Anyway, the king did not go up. The king went back, but then the queen came in together with the knight pointing towards that h7 square. Black moved their rook, hoping that the queen would just give this check and that the king could run away and potentially survive here in the middle of the board. But here's where Margarita, she played it perfectly. Because after the rook moved away, she did want to give this check, but first she got rid of the pawn on f7. Check, forcing the king in the corner. The queen returns where it came from. And now we have the same position as earlier. The only difference is that there is no black pawn on the f7 square. And that makes a huge difference as the queen comes in, chases the king, and now queen takes pawn. Earlier, this wouldn't even be a check because of the black pawn in between. But because she took out this black pawn first, it's checkmate in towards the queen, the king. And excellently done. Great win. And Sweden takes the lead in the match. Whose game are we discussing? This is Margarita. I may be mispronouncing that. Let me double check. Margarita. No, I think that's pretty spot on. She's originally from Ukraine. But she's been living in Sweden for a very long time now. She also represented Sweden in the 2016 Chess Olympiad. I found some games of hers there. Margo. Oh, she goes by Margo. Yeah, because that's what Anna told me. She said Margo something something. Ooh, pawn to e5. Anna's rook to d8 move turns out to be a brilliant prediction. She predicted that white's intention was to push forward in the center of the board, And now her rook is perfectly placed to deal with the opening of the d file. Isn't that just a free pawn? No. 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2, 3. So the pawn is sufficiently guarded. But after all of the trades we're going to get right now, the black rook is very happy to be placed here, pointing down against the white bishops. The double exclam was on the bishop move. Yeah, the bishop sacrifice from Margo got the double exclam. What a nice way to start a tournament. So the other 3 boards can offer draws now. I mean, if you want to win the match, you can offer draws on the other boards. But if you want to do well in the tournament, it's important to beat the weaker teams 4-0. Because that improves your tiebreaker. Normally, there's going to be like at least 20 teams with the same amount of points as you at the end of the tournament. And then having washouts is going to greatly benefit your tiebreaks. So the team is going for a 4-0 win here, just like they did in the previous Chess Olympiad in 2022, when Sweden also played against Fiji in the first round. How is she so far down on time? Well, I do think Anna's opponent has somewhat purposefully chosen to play very, very quickly. Because normally when you play an opponent rated 2000, you don't really know too much about them. But because Anna is somewhat of a public figure, everyone knows her weakness. And then they might try to exploit that as well. What weakness? What weakness could I be talking about? Nobody knows. Best kept secret in the world. Have you played the Chess Olympiad for Norway before? Yes. I played in 2008 when I was 18. That was pretty cool. And then I played in 2012, 2014, which actually was in Norway, in Tromsø. Then I played in 2016, where Norway got a sensational 5th place, the best placement we've ever had. And I also played in 2022. But yeah, in 2022, basically everyone on the Norwegian team did horribly except Magnus. There's a certain bit of pressure playing on the same team as the best player in the world. (2022) the worst ever. It was pretty bad. Norway was sensationally highly ranked because we started getting some good youngsters to help out Magnus and I think we were ranked number 3 in the entire tournament. Obviously helped by Russia not being allowed to participate, but it was still pretty sick. And despite being ranked number 3, we finished like number 55. It was so depressing. Can't Magnus play all boards? Well, honestly, the team would do better if he could. But that's not allowed, unfortunately. Chess, calling something a team competition, doesn't actually entail the kind of teamwork that we usually associate with team events. Hammer, are you the number 2 in Norway behind Magnus? It's a bit of a touchy subject, but I will say I was for a very long time. Not anymore. Okay, we got a trade. Anna goes for the first trade. That was a pretty obvious one because the white pawn was attacking the knight, and we don't really want to waste time moving the knight away. So taking the pawn was reasonably obvious, but now it becomes trickier. Do you trade the knights? And if yes, do you also trade the queens? You could potentially not trade the knights, and you could move your knight up through the center to try and attack your opponent's queen. But the problem with this... Oh my god. That is pretty sneaky. So if you try and do this and get your bishop pointing down towards the white king, computer points out the incredible knight takes b5. The knight sacrificing itself, but attacking the queen in the process. And then if we take the knight, it turns out there's an opening between the white bishop and the black bishop, allowing white to capture and win a very important pawn, in addition to getting the bishop pair. So, yeah. The trade and the endgame is being recommended, but a lot of people they don't really want to go into endgames against lower rated opponents. Personally, I kind of love it because I think my endgame is just so much stronger than most people. And one of the benefits in the endgame that Anna does have is that she has 2 pawns in the middle of the board, while white only has 1. And that is a result of the Sicilian opening. The Sicilian it has a reputation as being a very aggressive way of playing, but the secret to the Sicilian is that you're actually hoping to go into the endgame because you get some strategic advantages with your pawns. The reason the Sicilian becomes a super aggressive opening is because initially black basically doesn't get any of their pieces into the game. So in the short term, you're very prone to some early attacks from the opponent. But if you survive the early attacks, going into the endgame can be very beneficial because of your extra pawn in the center. If you count the F pawn, then you should count the C pawn too. Yeah, but I didn't want to go like white has 1 pawn and black has 1 pawn and white has 0. Even though that's kind of what I'm trying to say. So you can imagine this being the extended center of the board. And while that means that some pawns can contribute, even though they're not straight dab in the middle, what I will say is that here, these pawns can only control 1 square of these 16. But because this guy is more centralized, black is controlling 1 extra because you then control in 2 directions. And it's only when you have a pawn in the most central placement on the board, or the two most central files, the E file or the D file, that you can keep control of so okay, so we have the center, which is the four most central squares. Those are the most important. And then we have the expanded center, which includes another 15, quick maths. 12, actually. Never mind. 12, because then with the 4 in the center, it becomes 16 total. And so the red squares are the most important, but the green squares are pretty cool too. But here, no matter where you place these white pawns that's on the edge of the expanded center, they can only control one of these squares or themselves, whereas the black pawn in the middle can control two of them. I don't know if that made sense, but that's why the black pawn structure is better, and you get more central control from it. When you worked with Magnus, did you talk in Norwegian, or was it easier speaking about chess in English? Well, the thing is, oftentimes we had other people around. So we worked with Pavel Elyanov, Laurent Fressinet, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ildar Kairulin. I'm forgetting someone, Mickey Adams. So a lot of the people we had around were not Norwegian speakers. So mostly we spoke in English, but when I was at a training camp with only Magnus, myself, and Peter Heine Nielsen, who is Danish, Norwegian-ish. And then Magnus actually insisted that we speak Norwegian, which I really struggle with because Danish is a ridiculous language when spoken. And also, I very often, when I'm hanging out with Peter Heine, his wife is around. And she does not speak Norwegian or Danish. So I kind of got used to talking to Peter Heine in English. But then when I was talking to him in English in a camp with only like Nordic guys, Magnus got upset. And since I hadn't practiced talking to a Dane, that caused me quite some problems. Do Norwegians even understand each other? Wow. You have to be a Dane to say something that silly. Danish is really difficult to understand. It is quite the challenge. The funny thing is about the Nordic languages is that it's easier for a Norwegian to understand written Danish than written Swedish. Because the current Norwegian language is based on Danish writing from 200 years ago when they kind of thought they were better than us and ruled us and whatnot. Whereas speaking, Denmark is across quite a serious sea from Norway, whereas Sweden is just next to us. So the spoken variants of the Norwegian, Swedish, Danish languages are a lot more similar between Norwegian and Swedish. How similar is Norwegian versus Swedish? I talked to Anna in Norwegian. And of course, she's had a lot more practice now that she has a Norwegian boyfriend. But talking to a Swede is no problem. The thing about Swedish is that they have a lot of really strange words. So the only challenge for a Norwegian talking to a Swede or writing with a Swede is that they have some really it's a vocabulary thing. Whereas in Danish, it's more about understanding what they're saying underneath all their That's exactly what it sounds like. The thing is, Norway and Sweden together is a much bigger population than Denmark. So we can say that without too much of a problem. Please don't do that again with the mic. Yeah, I don't know how it sounded for you guys. But it doesn't sound great is the gist of it. That is what I was trying to convey. Isn't Norwegian just very old English? No. Not at all. Norwegian is kind of like just old Danish. Just with better enunciation. Can we have a peek at Pia's game? Yeah, let's just do the two moves that came in. Computer really wanted the trade between the knights. And instead, Anna has gone knight to d4, and I think I would go as far as to say this is a mistake. She wants to keep the queens on the board, but frankly, White has some dangerous stuff going on here, with a lot of pieces pointing in the direction of the black king. So I think it would have been more prudent to make the trade, because making the trade would remove this guy in the center, and right now this knight is an absolute monster. And we're also having the problem that the most obvious move for black here, pawn to b5, is met by the very powerful knight takes with a double attack against both the queen and the bishop at the same time. So I'm slightly concerned about Anna right now. She didn't want to go into the endgame, but that means she might get a white queen moving over to point down towards her king. And that feels somewhat uncomfortable, in my opinion. Moving over to Pia, we've had an interesting development here. So Pia played this super interesting pawn to f5 move, which took control over the e4 square, and it got her opponent to think for a very, very long time how to deal with this. Bishop to e3 was played, and now Pia goes pawn to g6. Computer absolutely hates this move, but I think it's got a very interesting plan to it. I think her plan is to go knight to h6 and then knight to f7. She wants to attack this pawn with the knight, but also with the bishop. And by moving pawn to g6, she's making sure that she can move the bishop out here to attack this pawn, while simultaneously being able to go knight to h6. Because if you go with the knight here first, the opponent can just capture the knight and then come in with the queen, check on the king. The king is almost checkmated. It only has one safe square to go to, and then, well, you're standing in the way of everything. So I mean, I'm kind of shocked that the computer feels like this is only a minor advantage for white, but I think it's fair to say it's not something you want to step into. So by playing pawn to g6, what Pia is doing is that she's expanding the scope of her bishop Now her bishop controls this h6 square, which means that if white just plays a nothing move on the queen side, now we can go knight to h6, not fearing the trade because the bishop is able to recapture. The concern here is that Pia's opponent might realize that knight to h6 is the plan and try and prevent that. Queen to d2 sees both the queen and the bishop controlling that h6 square, taking knight to h6 out of the equation. But I'm not sure this needs to be such a bad thing, because you can still go with the bishop to attack in the center, and then if the pawn protects, well, then the pawn is blocking the queen and bishop, so now you can go knight here anyway. And then you castle, you go knight f7, and you have pressure against this pawn. And you imagine some kind of a future where you get to play like pawn to d6, and you get to open up for this bishop's diagonal while centralizing your knight in the process. Something like this feels like it has to be the goal for what Pia is doing. And after knight to e2, Pia's opponent isn't doing anything to prevent knight to h6. And I'm expecting that to happen very quickly. Because frankly, you can move the knight back and attack the pawn in the center. But you also have the option of trying to move up. So now if pawn to a3, the knight can push forward, attacking both the bishop and the pawn. And this kind of, it creates some trouble here for white. White has to move the bishop to defend the pawn. And then computer says pawn to d6. Very interesting move. Oh, very interesting. Sacrificing the rook in the corner in order to bring the queen out with some checkmate threats. And if white tries to block the checkmate threat, well, then the queen can step onto another diagonal here together with the bishop. Yeah, no, I'm kind of liking Pia's position. The computer is not super happy, but in general, I like this idea of bringing the knight into the game via the h6 square. Okay, let's move back to Anna, because she has made her move, and I think it's... Well, I don't know if it's a good one, but it's not a bad one. Because we saw previously that there were some ideas where white could open up an attack from their d2 bishop against the undefended bishop on c5, on b4. But now when the bishop moves away to the c5 square and also pointing in towards the queen, our bishop is now protected by the queen. So the bishop is a lot safer. My concern is that pointing the bishop against the opponent's queen is only forcing the opponent to make a move they wanted to make anyway. So now queen to g3 is going to see this queen pointing down towards the king. That's very critical, because now once again, if we try to go pawn to b5, get our bishop pointing in towards the white king, then bishop takes h6, exploits the fact that black's pawn cannot move, at least to a different file, with the white queen pointing down on the black king. And there's also a checkmate threat. So you may think, how do we deal with this pressure on the black king? Maybe we move the king away from that file and move it into the corner. And the answer to that is no, do not do that. Because now this incredibly well-placed knight in the center is going to sacrifice itself, move in to give a check on the black king. The knight is captured, but in the meantime, we've opened up between the white queen and the black queen. And we talked about how now this black bishop was defended. Well, let me tell you something that's not defended. That's the queen on c7. And white comes in to capture it and win the game. After queen to g3, Anna is in major trouble. Major trouble. And indeed, queen to g3 has been played. Computer says only one move can save black. But fortunately, I think that's a reasonably obvious move at this stage. She has to go knight to f5. Pointing the knight towards the queen. And thereby making sure that the queen cannot safely stand there and attack the black king. And indeed, knight f5 played by Anna in 30 seconds. Very good news. And now, if white tries to take out our defensive knight, the recapture of white's bishop would be a big mistake, allowing this other bishop to come forward and get that pressure in towards the black king yet again. However, if this bishop moves, we're very fortunate to have foreseen the need for the black rook in the center of the board. And instead of capturing this white bishop, we're going to capture the one on the d2 square instead, and thereby taking out the bishop that wanted to capture one of our pawns. Not only that, now there's an attack on white's bishop, and if that bishop moves, our rook and bishop are both pointing towards the f2 square. The bishop comes in, check on the king, attacking the queen. The queen has to take out the bishop, but the rook defends it, giving black a pawn and a queen in trade for a knight and a rook. A very, very big advantage in that trade. So maybe my concern for Anna's position was unfounded. And now it's white who has to navigate the captures in the position. Mate in 4 on board 2 is being reported. We're going to move to the overview. Ina Agrest is up by a knight and a pawn. She's attacking a queen and a rook and threatening checkmate in one. Black's position is riddled with trouble. And Ina is going to take Sweden into a 2-0 lead. Just as we see that Pia also does play that plan we were talking about with the knight out on the side of the board. Are the other people on the team mad if you lose? Is there some tension? I mean, that depends from team to team, right? That's kind of the essence of whether you have good team chemistry. And at least I will say this, it's better for other players to be mad at you for losing than celebrating that you lost. There's a lot of bad team spirit out there. And I just need to open your eyes to how bad it can be. So like other people being mad at you for losing, that's bad. But other people celebrating you losing, that's very bad. Being like, oh, the team lost, that's bad, but at least this other guy I didn't like, at least he lost. Did that happen to you? I don't think anyone has celebrated me losing, but I might have been the asshole who thought if we're gonna lose anyway, it might as well be okay that that guy lost. Win on board 2. Yes, it's a checkmate on the board. Inna Agrest has won. And it's Sweden 2, Fiji 0. Has the captain ever thrown a water bottle at a team member? Not in any team I've been in. But yeah, chess players are not really team players to begin with. I think that's fair to say. People get into chess because they're loners most of the time. And then having to adapt to a team structure is can be tricky. Is it possible to 7-1 Brazil? Oh my god. That is harsh. I suppose it is possible. If both your open section team and your women's section team play against Brazil, then you could potentially 7-1 them. Do you wish there were more team events to help develop that team spirit? I wish there were more team events in chess where you actually had to work together rather than just relying on individual results in individual games. I would love to play on a team with Magnus where I could actually consult him if I had a difficult decision. How do they decide what team goes against another team? So this is like a bit of a strange system, but it basically you play against someone with the same amount of points as your own team, and then they pair the top half against the bottom half. So in the first round, when everyone has 0 points, they just split it in the middle, and then they say number 1 plays the middle +1. So that you get pretty uneven matches at the beginning. How often were you on the Magnus World Championship team? I was on the team for 2 matches in 2013 and 2014. Wouldn't the highest rated player just make all the decisions then? Yeah, so you would need to create some kind of a... You would need to have like lots of boards and not that much time. You would have to make the event in such a way that the best player could not just play every game. And that you would kind of save them for consulting in the critical situations. Hand and brain with Magnus, what role would you prefer? I guess probably hand. I think that would aggravate him the least. If he tells me which piece, I'll probably be able to figure out what he was thinking. But if I tell him a piece, then that could just be the wrong piece compared to what he wanted to do. Official hand and brain tournaments would be really cool. I agree. But the problem is a lot of the top chess players are... Yeah, they're very competitive. and they have a tendency of starting cheating in hand and brain. A lot of not that piece. Or the classic, oh, I wanted to do this move. And then it's still a good move on the next one. Are there any high-level bug house tournaments? Not over the board, I think. But chess.com did organize a bug house championship. Oh damn. Just a couple of weeks ago. Kramnik would blame his own teammate for cheating. Well, let's just say Kramnik is captain of the Uzbeki team. This chess Olympiad. And the Uzbeki team has like 2 players, I heard, who were expelled from either Lichess or chess.com in the past. Why he's not Uzbeki? Well, he's the coach, the captain. What would you play in Anna's position? Good question. The computer right now is recommending that Anna just go back and forth for a draw. I don't see her doing that. But it's kind of concerning that that is being recommended, especially when Anna is already down 25 minutes on the clock. I guess this bishop to d6 move is decent. Because you want to try and push the knight in the center away. But that showcases why knight to d4 was a mistake. Because now this guy becomes super strong. You had the option of just trading the strong knight off. But letting it live has resulted in it just being a menace. And a menace that we may want to try and chase away. A draw is fine for the team. Yeah. That is a very... Do you play like soccer or football or baseball or some other team sport? That seems like a very team sport thing of you to say. Chess players not really wired that same way. Chess players more about, if I draw this, I lose a lot of rating points. And screw the team, I'm going to go for a win. Because I'm a massive favorite on rating. Is this Anna's first game? Yes, it is the first game of the 2024 Chess Olympiad, which is basically a world national team championship. And there are so many federations playing, including the opponent today, Fiji. This is the first round of 11. So you got a lot of chess to be looking forward to in the next 2 weeks. 1 game per day. How is a country's team put together for the Olympiad? It varies, but mostly it's selection based. So each country normally has a committee that selects what they feel are the best 5 players for the team. And that can get controversial and tense. For the Swedish open section, there actually was quite a bit of controversy when the Swedish Federation decided not to select some of the Ukrainian refugees who had switched their federation to Sweden, but are not actually living in Sweden anymore. Do they have good anti-cheating? They have pretty good anti-cheating, which is the reason we don't have a camera on Anna right now. You're not allowed to bring any electronics into the venue. And they don't really care about promoting their event with the streamers streaming their games. They're bigger in the anti-cheating part of the argument. Does Anna know the two other team members won already? Yes. So there's everyone on the Swedish team is sitting next to each other. So it's like one big, well, several tables put together. But on the tables where they're sitting, it's only Sweden versus Fiji. So every match is grouped together. Do you think playing without knowing anything about your opponent would be interesting and remove the preparation factor? Well, the thing is, at the top level, people would just prepare against all their possible opponents ahead of time. It wouldn't change anything. If anything, it would make preparation a bigger deal in a sense. That you had to do all the work ahead of time instead of during. I think a lot of the people suggesting solutions to different problems, they're not fully realizing how people will always do what maximizes their chances. And so I mean, personally, maybe this is a bit too much from me, but I believe that if we stopped playing chess and only started playing Fisher Random, where the pieces are placed randomly along the first rank, there's a lot of people who say that would remove theory from chess, and it probably would for the first couple of years. But there's 960 different starting positions, and my general opinion is that there would be 960 times more opening knowledge, because the human mind is incredible, and if necessary, these top players would just start studying every position. So you play for a country and not be a citizen of that country? Yes. The World Chess Federation, I think, is awful in being way too liberal about allowing federation changes. And there's some famous names doing it as well. Like Alexei Shirov went from Latvia to Spain, back to Latvia, back to Spain. Basically just changing depending on what suited him the most. Rickard Rapport, he went from Hungary to Romania just because he got some sponsor money from a Romanian sponsor. And now that the Chess Olympiad is being held in Hungary, he changed back to Hungary. And like there's been a massive exodus of Russian players who wants to play in team competitions and stuff like that, and who got to change from the Russian Federation to other federations without being a citizen. Didn't Hikaru do it as well? No. Hikaru's always been US. He was born in Japan, but he grew up in New York. He's been an American all the way. Fabiano represented Italy. And then switched back to the US when he got a lot of money from Sinkfield. In general, there's been a lot of people moving to the US Federation, but at the same time, some of those are quite legit. with people just moving to the US in search of, better prospects. And you ever played for other countries? No. No, sir. So the US is full of foreigners? Well, I mean, US is the melting pot, right? You start out as a first immigrant, first generation, and you become American. Although I suppose that is true for some of the other countries as well. Were you offered to play for other countries though? I have never been that good at chess, no. But I'm pretty sure Magnus has gotten some offers. If you could, other than Norway, which country would you play for? Um, I mean, the one that pays the most. If you're gonna go against your principles and start changing federation, even though you believe that's a terrible thing and someone should stop the concept of being able to change federation after you've represented your country once, I guess I would just go for the highest bidder, right? But if you're asking about which other country I have the closest kind of relationship with, I guess that would be the US. I've only ever lived in Norway and the US. So as far as second homes go. Do you get paid to represent the team or is it just a share of the prize money? A lot of people get paid to represent their country. Norway is not one of them, as far as I know. Last time I played the Chess Olympiad for Norway, everyone played for free, including Magnus. We've sometimes told that to other nations and other players. They don't really believe us, but the Norwegian Chess Federation is broke. Or at the very least, they don't want to spend money on elite chess. They would rather spend money on, recruitment and stuff like that. Is there prize money? Yes. There's prize money, I think, for the best teams. And there's also prizes if you're like the top performer on your board. Do players pay for hotel and travel? No. So, one thing about the Chess Olympiad that puts it apart from a lot of other events is that the organizer takes on responsibility to cover all hotel, all lodging, and all meals, which is why it was a big scandal a week or two ago when the organizers started trying to charge teams for accommodation and meals because when they signed on to do the event, they agreed to cover for all participants. So they're supposed to cover 2 double rooms and 2 single rooms per team. And each team normally has 6 people, 1 captain, and then 5 players. So, for instance, if I'm guessing the how the Swedish team divides their spots, I would guess Well, I'm guessing Pia and Juan shares a room. And then you got one double room and two singles remaining. And I'm guessing two singles maybe for Anna and Inna, just for because they're the oldest, seniority. And then the kids have to share a double room. That's the classic way of doing things. Everything by seniority in the team. I assume Magnus got the single room. Magnus did not normally get a single room of the ones that were allocated to Norway. My experience is that Magnus gets the best room that's available in the entire city. And it's not a single room as much as it is a suite. But the organizers are always very happy when Magnus participates. And they have a tendency of giving him some nice perks. But it also means it's also very good for the rest of the Norwegian team because it means that they put Magnus in the best hotel, which in turn means that the rest of the Norwegians are usually you put the teams in the same hotel. Although that was also part of the scandal a couple of weeks ago coming out of Budapest, that the organizers were putting the teams in different hotels so that that really kills the team spirit. Okay, Anna is thinking. The more she's thinking, the more likely I think it is that she's just going to go back and forth and make the draw. Let's check in with Pia's game. Pia's had a couple of more moves. She played this knight out on the edge, which we talked about and which I like on her behalf. This knight can jump forward, attack the bishop and the pawn. It can also just calmly go backwards, same idea, to attack the pawn. Knight came forward in the center, attacking the bishop. The bishop backs up. That feels sensible. You don't really want to allow the opponent's knight to trade for your bishop because your bishop has a really nice diagonal pointing down towards the white king. And Pia's opponent is spending similar amounts of time to what Anna is doing. And that is not good news for Kieran here on the first board. She's pretty low on time. The chess engines actually really like her position. They think Kieran has made some great decisions. But with 20 minutes remaining on move 12, playing against a grandmaster, I'm going to say Pia is a huge favorite in this one. Not just because of the time and because Pia is the stronger player. It's also because there's a clear imbalance in the position. And Pia is only a couple of moves away from starting making threats on white. Threats that will be very difficult to deal with, especially considering the time. So I'm liking Pia's chances. Anna's chances, on the other hand, she's spending so much time here. She's down to 18 minutes. We're on move 17. She's got the option of just chasing after this white queen repeatedly. And considering her time situation, it might be the best thing to do at this point. How do you fix time management? You convince your brain that you're losing more points being low on time than you're winning points by being accurate earlier in the game. But convincing your own brain of something that it hasn't believed ever previously is a very tricky thing to do. She never goes for a draw. Well, one time has got to be the first, right? It's easier to go for a draw when you know it's going to secure your team the win in the match. Because then you can always say, yeah, I didn't get a great opening and I just wanted to secure the win for the team. What can white do if they want to play on and try and punish the time usage? I mean, you could go queen here, but then you're not attacking in towards the king. So I don't think white can really avoid the draw here if Anna goes for it. But she doesn't go for it. Bishop to d6, 25 minutes for this move. That's not great, but the move is pretty good. Putting pressure on the knight in the center of the board. That knight was a menace. Probably should have traded it off earlier, but not having done that, Anna now realizes that it needs to be dealt with. Hopefully she has seen the next 20 moves now. I one move prepared. Because frankly, white has a lot of options against this. Like, you can go queen here to protect the knight, which apparently is a terrible move. You can go knight here to attack the bishop. Knight here, also protecting the knight. And you can go bishop here to reinforce. Wow, a lot of the moves that I would think are the most obvious, like knight here and queen back and bishop up, all of these moves are considered bad by the computer. I think this might work out. There's a lot of hidden resources here. So for instance, if the queen steps back to protect, the knight can jump into the middle, attack the queen moves, and here, the brilliant bishop takes knight. Your bishop for a knight. Traditionally, I'm never advocating this, but there's a trick in the end. Queen takes bishop, trade off the queens. It looks like white is significantly better because of their bishop pair, but boom! Knight captures a pawn that was protected by the bishop, but if the bishop moves, it opens up for the perfect rook to come in, capture the white bishop behind, and also starting making some serious threats. And in fact, well, if the knight is not captured, well, there's still a lot of problems on the d file. So this is a very, very nice trick to be aware of. Because this kind of trick can pop up in many different circumstances from where we are. Wow, computer says knight to g4 is the only move that preserves an advantage for white. Any other move, the knight back here, and Anna is in the driving seat. I'm not sure I think this is an obvious move. Okay, the knight is under attack. Moving it makes some sense. But in general, when you have a very nicely placed piece, you often don't want to move it and you'd rather reinforce it. So to me, this bishop to f4, I think makes the most sense. Knight moves back. The only reason this is a good move for white is that it attacks the black knight, and if the black knight just goes for the trade, white is able to chase the defensive knight out of its position with the pawn coming in. So knight back is very effective because it, well, basically here, black is feeling pretty safe, right? You have two knights in close quarters to the king, giving it protection. But then in a span of just 2 moves, white is able to trade off the one defensive knight and get a pawn in position to attack another. So knight to g4, I don't think that's an easy move to find. Especially because you have so many decent options. Would you prefer white or black's position? Well, I mean, it depends on whether I realize the power of this knight to g4 move, right? If I realize how good that is, I would rather be white. Wow, she found it! Great move. But bad news for the Kamling fans. How's the chess going? Anna's opponent just played a great move, guns blazing. So we're kind of nervous. Anna's down to just 16 minutes at this point. She had the option of going for the draw on the previous move, but I'm assuming she trusts her mom to get at least a draw in her game. Pia has a 40-minute time advantage. So Anna doesn't feel the need to go for the draw just to help the team secure a win. And instead she's trying to get a knockout, get a win, and get her own confidence up. Can the players peek at their teammates' games? Yes, they're playing right next to each other. Does Anna know it's 2-0? Yes, same answer. They're playing right next to each other. So now would you play bishop e7? Well, the problem with bishop e7, it does protect the knight, but it also allows white to move more pieces into attacking positions. So she might consider something like knight back, but then this guy can maybe sacrifice itself in some circumstances. Like here, takes, sacrifice. Something like this would be scary for the king. Computer says knight comes in, attacks the queen, queen moves, rook sacrifices itself, removing the knight. And now that the knight is removed, it no longer controls the f6 square. Here comes the knight, check on the king, attack on the rook. King has to move into the middle, says the computer. And then this is freaking terrifying. Okay, computer says this is a draw, but if I'm honest with you, this looks incredibly scary for black. So yeah, no, the problem is this is a threat, but if we move the knight to avoid the threat, there's some sacrifices that are very scary. This is not a good position to be having with 14 minutes left for another 23 moves. Very, very scary. Does it matter how many points the team wins by? Yes. Because normally a lot of teams end up with the same amount of points at the end of the event. And then it goes to tiebreakers. And in tiebreakers, you're rewarded for how dominating your wins were or how close your losses. If Anna loses, how many points would she lose? Well, there's a 400 point difference here. So if she loses, she would lose 0.92 times 20. You guys do the math. How is Pia doing? Pia's doing well. So Pia's opponent has made 2 mistakes in a row. And the computer now massively favors Pia's situation. It's kind of, we were talking about this earlier, how the computer didn't like Pia's position, but the reality of the situation was that her opponent was spending a lot of time, and the position was a lot more complicated than the evaluation kind of appreciated. It was the kind of imbalanced position where one inaccuracy was going to be very costly. And those are tricky situations to be in when you're facing an opponent rated 600 points higher than you. Anna wanted me to mention that because oftentimes the number 1 player of a team will sit out in the first round because there's such large discrepancies between the team strengths. But Anna mentioned that Pia really likes to play the first round because she likes to kind of get warmed up and into tournament mode. Frankly, I don't think that's strange at all, because I kind of just assumed that Pia would play every single game because she's so important for this Swedish team. She's more than 200 points higher rated than the second board. So I'm kind of just assuming she'll play every round. But for instance, Magnus hasn't played the first round basically ever in the Olympiads he has played. So there's some difference to what people prefer, whether they like to get warmed up or maybe if they just want to have a rest and let the rest of the team take care of business. Is Pia the number 1 rating in this tournament? No. Although she's pretty high up. She's the 19th highest rated in the tournament. And she is carrying the Swedish team on her back in terms of she's very likely to be the top point scorer for the Swedish team. And then it's worth noticing that even though Sweden is ranked like 21, having Pia's number 19 is actually super, super good, because it's not like every team has one strong player. In fact, Pia is lower rated than the Chinese number 5. So there are some like super teams where everyone is incredibly good. And that means that Pia's number 19 ranking is actually very, very, very important for the team. And she's just in a different league compared to most of the other teams at the similar ranking. But that can have its pros and cons. Like, Norway gets a super high ranking because of Magnus. But Magnus is only one guy. And so if Magnus doesn't win his game, Norway is going to be much, much lower rated on the rest of the boards. So it is still a team effort. And, well, we're happy to say that the team effort so far is looking pretty good, with both the players getting the white pieces in this first round. They got easy early wins. So Sweden is already up by 2. It's only the Kramlings playing with the black pieces remaining. And Pia has a good advantage in her game. And Anna, I'm sorry to say, is in massive trouble in hers. 8 minutes remaining. She needs to make another 23 moves before making it to move 40, which is a familiar milestone to viewers of this channel. It is when you get an additional 30 minutes added to your clock. The players also get an additional 30 seconds per move that's made. What happened to the I'm gonna work on my time management thing? Maybe she forgot. What about knight to h4? Well, here's the thing. If the knight tries to attack the queen, the problem is the threat from white's knight on the black knight. It's not just about capturing the knight, it's also a check on the king. So black doesn't have time to capture the white queen because you have to protect your own king first. So now there are no fancy in-between moves. You have to deal with this tension between the knights. In fact, the computer says you have to make the trade between the knights, but you don't really want to do that because after the trade, white recaptures with a pawn, and then your knight has to move away from its good defensive position. And you're gonna lose both the knights that were defending the black king. Suddenly the king has no pieces in its vicinity, in the entire quadrant where it's located. Does she even realize she's thinking this along? I mean, I think she realizes. It's such a classic chess player thing to, when you have like 2-3 minutes left on the clock, you spend just as much time checking how much time you have left as you do fully concentrated on your move. Because if you're super concentrated on your move when you're low on time, you have a tendency of just kind of losing yourself in your own thoughts, and then boom, you run out of time. So being low on time is very inconvenient, partly also because it makes you so stressed, and it makes you need to take special care of Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if she goes for the trade here, it's not just that this knight gets kicked out. When the knight moves, the queen can come in together with the bishop and point down towards the black king, which is super uncomfortable. The only way to save yourself is to use the pawn to block the diagonal, but then you've opened up so many new ways for white to attack against the king. Okay, a move has been made. Bishop to e7. Someone called that. Okay, so she's trying. I think this makes a lot of sense. She wants to keep her defensive pieces close to her king. And if the trade now happens, her bishop gets a nice diagonal and she gets to keep her knight in its position, right? Because by avoiding the trade, you're avoiding that this white pawn makes its way forward to push the defensive knight out of position. So bishop e7, computer doesn't like it, but I think it was a sensible decision under the circumstances. And now bishop to f4, very tempting, moving the bishop into a better placement while attacking the queen. And then the queen can counterattack against white's pawn. And, well, you still haven't gotten these pieces into the game, which is a problem. A rather big problem. But maybe you're gonna survive. Maybe you'll be fine. at least you're making some threats on the opponent, right? You're creating something they have to deal with instead of just sitting there and getting squeezed. It's fine to have pieces on the back rank. They're just getting rest before sprinting into the action. Sure. That's one way of looking at it. I admire your chess coach's positivity, if nothing else. Pieces on the back rank is less to set up for the next game when you resign. That is a yeah. Are you speaking from experience? That's more in the spirit of my mindset, to be sure. Are there any federations known for being underrated? Um, I think there are certain countries that may not necessarily have the best, the most frequent tournaments and stuff like that, who might have a reputation of being better than what their ratings maybe suggest. I can assure you, Norway is not one of them. At the top level, the top players play in lots of tournaments, so their ratings are always going to be pretty accurate. Knight to e4 on the board. I like this. This is good news for Anna. She can now trade her knight for the white knight. Yeah, it's going to put the queen and bishop working together, but as long as we get to keep this defensive guy, we're okay. And here computer says we can maneuver the bishop to kick the queen out of its central placement. Knight to e4, very good news. Just we need to make sure Anna goes for the trades. Avoiding the trades here would be a very, very bad thing. If we move the knight into the center, well, then there are a lot of pieces pointing in the general direction of the black king. Not a big fan of that. You just know there's going to be some kind of a sacrifice here. Computer says pawn up attacks knight. Knight sacrifices itself. Bishop takes out defensive knight. And then the knight comes in, check on the king. Rook sacrifices itself against the bishop. Queen, check on the king. And somehow this, despite white having sacrificed a full rook, computer says this is just winning for white. That is absolutely wild to me. Computer is saying this is winning for white, down a rook, but just lots of pieces surrounding the black king. This is what we want to avoid. We want to avoid being just outnumbered on this king side. And one of the ways of making sure that doesn't happen is, yes, we got to give up our defensive knight, but at least we get to trade it for one of white's attacking pieces. And we get to trade it without kicking this one out, right? We can trade the knight. There are two white knights wanting to trade with ours. But if we trade on the left, that allows the pawn to come in and push our other defensive knight out of its position. So we would rather trade in the center, even though that allows the queen to centralize. Now we get to keep our defensive knight where it is. It's blocking the queen's intentions towards the black king. And we can maybe even win some time with our bishop attacking the queen in the future. So knight takes here, only move, and that is what Anna did. The question is white going to go for rook takes? Rook takes, then you could potentially get the rook pointing down on the black king later on after some sacrifice. Rook takes seems interesting. Computer hates it. If the bishop moves to attack here, these guys, what about knight sacrificing itself? Another sacrifice. Rook comes into position, check on the king. This is terrifying. Bishop comes in, working with the rook. Only move to survive, bishop to g5. And then if white tries to chase the bishop away, we try to chase the rook. No, we're not chasing the rook because there's a pin, but we're attacking the queen while attacking the bishop. Ooh, but the queen attacks the king. Yeah, I don't know about this. Okay, she took with the queen. Taking with the rook, planning to sacrifice and bringing the rook over, that was terrifying, in my opinion. But instead, queen has captured in the center, and now Anna is bringing her bishop out. The bishop will try to chase the queen away from its central positioning. White only has one sensible move here, and that is knight to e5. Knight to e5, the benefit of this move, taking control of the c6 square, making sure that black's bishop cannot attack the queen without being captured. On the other hand, if the bishop retreats here, pawn to g4 attacks the knight, and if the knight moves, the queen comes in with a checkmate on the king. Very scary. But it's fine because Anna can always use her rook to chase the queen away and then move the knight out of harm's way. Oh, this is not the kind of position where it's good to have... Oh my god, and the sacrifice! Anna's opponent has sacrificed a knight on the edge of the board. We were saying that this sacrifice was looming. But would it have been better to make such a sacrifice when you had the rook in position to join the attack? The sacrifice was not the top choice of the computer. Is Anna's opponent freestyling with 50 minutes left on the clock? Surely she hasn't calculated this to checkmate. She only spent a couple of minutes on that move. She is gambling that Anna's gonna make blunders being low on time. But there's no need to think here. If you take with the knight, the queen comes in, check on the king. The bishop can then capture the knight, and after the recapture, it's checkmate in the corner. So you don't have a choice. You have to take it with the pawn. Computer says this is a draw with the best play. Very bad news for Anna. She has 3 minutes, and her best case scenario, if she finds all the right defensive moves, is a draw. This is a brilliant sacrifice by Seidel, especially considering the situation on the clock. Computer gives her thumbs up that this sacrifice is not just a shot in the dark. This is a genuine scary attack for white. A big investment, giving up the knight, of course. but it puts so much pressure on a higher rated opponent. Not enough time for a draw. She might still win. Anna might still win. She's about to be up by a full knight. I am not going to dismiss the chance that Anna wins this just yet. But she needs to find the right defensive moves. Is Pia winning? Pia is better according to the engines. We'll get back to that once we finish Anna's time scramble. Okay, pawn takes knight. Unnecessary time spent there. It was obviously the only move that didn't lose instantly. Now, queen to g4 is the right move. That feels pretty obvious. If her opponent goes for pawn to g4, with the idea that you're trying to force the knight away and then go for the checkmate, pawn to g4 would be a losing move on account of bishop c6, when the bishop kicks the queen out of its grand positioning in the center. So pawn to g4 would be winning for Anna. Queen to g4, on the other hand, very scary. Something is going to this g4 square. If it's a pawn, we celebrate. If it's a queen, we don't rejoice. But at the same time, we're not defeated just yet. So the idea here, queen comes, give a check on the king. If the king hides in the corner, the problem is bishop can capture. Oh, there are several problems. Bishop can come in here, check on the diagonal. Then bishop can capture the knight. The recapture creates an attack on the queen. But then as the queen moves in, there's threats against this bishop, this pawn, and this pawn. And it's very difficult to defend against everything at the same time. In fact, it's impossible to defend against everything. Pawn to g4, Anna wins. Anna wins. GG's. Whew, that was scary. That was super, super scary. But pawn to g4, that is not the move. That was not the intensity with which white needed to play this attack. The knight cannot move, so you have the assumption that you're going to win the knight on the next move. But no, the counterattack starts here. The bishop comes in for the attack on the queen, and when the queen moves, the knight will be able to maneuver its way. And suddenly it's the white king that's in more danger than black's. One move turned it around, and Anna both gets the win and secures Sweden victory in this first game. Still 18 moves to time control? Yeah, but it's not a problem anymore. She's just up by a full knight, and she's the one attacking. Like, her time was a problem when she was getting attacked. But with this bishop move, everything's going to turn around. The only square the queen can move to without being traded off immediately is, well, I guess you can technically go to the c4 square, but you have to go to e2 or c4. But in either case, the knight just moves into the middle. And then the knight comes in, check on the king, and you can even bring the queen up. And suddenly the black king is reasonably safe. The white king is getting devastated by the entry of both the knight and the queen. Time should not be an issue here. And Anna wins the game. Are they still playing? Yeah. Seidel, she has 44 minutes remaining. And I'm guessing some of those 40 minutes are going to be spent regretting her decision. She got the wrong piece to move to the G4 square. When time runs out, Anna's rating upgrades to 9999. This is her special move. I feel like that's not exclusively what we saw from the Portugal tournament. She did make some mistakes being low on time. But I will say she does have a lot of experience with it. And then you can interpret for yourself whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Was the G4 pawn move considered a blunder? Yes. It made the position go from a potential draw, but where white had really good attacking chances, and it was black who needed to be super careful, to just losing outright. Because now after the bishop comes in, the queen simply has nowhere okay to go. And it also gives the black knight the access moving forward towards that f3 square, where it starts pointing in towards the king. I'm gonna stop by Pia's game because the computer is saying Pia can win a bishop right now. One of the lines being recommended: bishop takes knight, giving away a bishop for a knight like that, controversial to say the least. But after the queen recaptures, there's this little move pawn to d6. And Pia has pointed everything towards this central pawn. It's going to need to move. But when the pawn captures the black pawn, look what happens. An advance through the center attacking the bishop, and when the bishop moves, you just keep moving forward, and there's a fork on the white queen and the white bishop. So that seems like a really clever possibility for Pia. It's not completely obvious just yet that black is winning because of this pawn 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. But should be decent chances. So we are looking at a potential repeat of yesteryears, the 2022 opening round of the Chess Olympiad, which also saw Fiji playing against Sweden. A match Sweden won 4-0, and where Anna actually played the same opponent as she played against today. Hammer explained Chess Olympiad structure. Chess Olympiad is basically a world nations team championship. 11 rounds, 5 players per team, 4 players per match. So you have one reserve player. One player has to sit out every day. I would expect us to have a couple of rounds where Anna is not playing. And then, you try to win as many chess games as possible. is the gist of it. Why is it every 2 years and not every 4 years? It's a very good question. I don't know. The reason chess is allowed to use the Olympiad moniker is because chess was somehow included or something in the Paris Olympiad of 1918 or 1924. I don't remember which. And for some reason that has influenced, because IOC, the International Olympic Committee, they don't really fuck around when it comes to their property rights, and they are mean. So the fact that chess has an event that they are allowed to call the Olympiad is not something to be taken for granted. What do you think about German chess players? Are there any good ones? Yeah, there's some decent Germans. Vincent Kamer, right now, the number one. He's very young and very good. Why are you not playing Hammer? I was not selected for the Norwegian team. Rumor has it you had to play a certain amount of games, and I had not done that. So we did have a queen trade. White essentially realized that bad things were about to happen in towards the white queen, with both the queen and bishop pointing in that direction. So white goes for the queen trade, and Anna is happy to oblige. And after the queen trade, the knight jumps forward. The knight headed for this f3 square. Anna is up a knight versus a pawn, but it's gonna be more, because the knight is about to attack the king, the bishop, and the rook all at the same time. Right now, you can save one of them. But when you're about to have a three-way fork, chess doesn't work in a way where you can save two of those participating forks in one move. So the knight is going to come in here, and it's going to be attacking quite a bit of things. Rook e2, yeah, good shout. Rook e2 could save you for a little bit longer, but the knight is still coming in. And frankly, at this point, you can even just eliminate white's bishop pair, and you're gonna win the game, because, well, you have two bishops versus a bishop and a pawn. More than enough to win with. Alexandra should be good enough. Alexandra was nowhere close to the Canadian team. There's quite a few good Canadian girls. Alexandra is very dependent on some of the best players saying no to playing. The Olympiad wouldn't be super prestigious if it was super easy to get into the teams, right? It's supposed to be a bit of a challenge. Chess is so brutal. One bad move to throw a demanding position. Yeah. No, Seidel had a strategy where she was trying to punish Anna for her time management issues, but it really didn't work out that way because she was playing good chess. She created a very dangerous attack against the Black King, but she was kind of too focused on playing quickly rather than accurately in the moment where she started to sacrifice against Anna's king. Is there a chess Olympiad for ELO under 1200? Not that I'm aware of. But I will say that the World Chess Federation has put in place a lot of support grants for small federations to be able to participate because they put a lot of pride in that the Chess Olympiad is the one with the most different representation of any kind of international event. And so that's why there's support for all the minor countries like Fiji and a lot of recent pretty poor countries are also represented. And the level of the players are not great, but it is still, they're the best players in their country, right? So, for instance, looking at the women's section, there's more than 150 players who don't even have a registered rating with the World Chess Federation. So the Chess Olympiad is actually one of the most inclusive tournaments there is. In that it's like it's both women and an open section. So it's a lot of people's favorite tournament because all your friends are gonna be playing and you're all kind of playing in a big group. Rook to h5. That's gonna save the rook, but it's not gonna save the bishop. Anna comes in with the knight, check to the king, and pressure on the bishop. She's about to win a second piece right here. How much rating will she gain? She will gain 0.08 times 20, which is 1.6. Or maybe 1.8, as Rainstorm says. Because it's not actually 400 points difference. Maybe it makes a little difference that her opponent is 380 behind instead of 400. But thereabouts. 2 rating points. But you take what you get. It's better than losing rating points. Anna is not only going to take this bishop, she's going to take the bishop with a check to her opponent's king. So that's pretty good. Anna's game is going to finish at any point right now. But I'm just going to pop in to Pia's game because she has now managed to implement this plan of advancing the pawns through the center of the board. Pawn to d6 here. This has gotten an exclam from the chess.com system. And if this pawn is captured, the idea is to continue pushing forward through the center, attacking the bishop. And when the bishop hides out, Pia will recapture in the center. She's not winning a piece as far as I can see. But it's just about how black's pawns are very influential in the middle, and black's bishops have this potential of crisscrossing through the center of the board, having great influence of the squares there. So looking like Pia might take this one down. Also worth mentioning that Pia's opponent is down to 4 minutes on the clock, which means Anna right now is actually advancing and soon having more time than Pia's opponent. Anna, bishop to g5 next. I like that move. Big fan. Seems like a good move. Currently, the rook is attacking the pawn on h6. Bishop to g5 would both keep that pawn protected, but also restrict the movement of the rook. And indeed, that is what Anna has played. I'm kind of just waiting for the resignation from Anna's opponent. She's down a bishop and a knight in trade for a pawn. There is absolutely no hope of striking back from that. Pia's opponent, on the other hand, is playing the move I didn't really understand why the computer was not mentioning. Pawn to f4 sees white trying to reinforce the central pawn that got pressure against it. But I am now realizing why that move was not the recommended. Because now after the trade in the center, Pia can make a very temporary sacrifice with the knight capturing white's pawn, allowing the knight to be captured. But notice here how when the bishop moves, there's lots of pressure to be had down on the diagonal, and Pia can capture the bishop, and at some point she will probably benefit a lot from having this pressure on the diagonal down towards the white king. So looking very good for Pia. Anna's opponent tried to chase the bishop back, the pawn moving up to kick the bishop out, but Anna had seen that move coming, returning with the knight to give a check on the king while also attacking that pawn. And now instead of being down a bishop and a knight for a pawn, it's now going to be bishop and a knight, no pawn. Stop, she's already dead? Well, she gets to decide her own funeral. That's her right. That's all of our rights. She gets to decide when to end it. Aronian blundered and drew a Fide master after being down a knight. Wow. Yeah, there usually are some sensational upsets in the chess Olympiad. It does sound as though Aronian, considering that he got away from that pretty well, considering how it could have gone. Will Anna finish a game under 4 hours? Gotta be a record. We'll see. Anna has captured the pawn on the edge of the board, but now pawn to f4 could create some tricky decision. The problem after pawn to f4 is that the bishop cannot both protect the knight and the pawn at the same time. She may be forced to a retreat, but that does lose her the pawn on the edge of the board. She could choose to just capture the white pawn. That would lose her a knight, but it would be okay after all, because you're still up a bishop, and now you have a bishop and a pawn in trade for, well, nothing. So many roads to Rome here for Anna. Is the eval bar correct? Yes, sir. Anna is going to win this. Did Fiji do the haka before the start of the game? We don't know, because we don't have the cameras. But the round was 23 minutes delayed. Just going to put that out there. Rook centralizing to e1, but now this knight can start jumping around. Knight to g2 would attack the rook, and when the rook moves, the knight could come and attack both the rook on the edge and the bishop in the middle. That's a nice little maneuver. Also nice is bishop coming in, check on the king. If the king moves up, well then the bishop gives another check and actually traps the rook on the edge of the board. And if the king instead moves to the side, then the knight comes in, check on the king, pressure on the rook. In fact, bishop check is just going to end the game right here. And it is what Anna has played. Good move. Black cannot avoid the loss of a rook for a bishop after this. Resignation soon? Yeah, it's confirmed. Resignation has happened. Sweden 3. The match winner, the person to get the decisive point. All the points are valuable, but the one to get the one that decided it all is Miss Anna Kamling. 3-0 Sweden. We're gonna jump onto Pia's game as we wait for Anna to come in for an interview. What board is Anna? Today, Anna was board 3. But if Inna Agest or Pia sits out, she will be board 2. Is it a women's only tournament? Yes. They're playing in the women's section of the Olympiad. Did she play a good game in your opinion? She won the game. That's the most important thing, guys. Let's not ask questions that may lead to less than confidence boosting answers. What can Pia play? The position is hard. Well, we're thinking she's going to play knight takes on e5. White has a lot of stuff on the same file here in the center of the board. And in particular, if this bishop was not there, Black's queen would be able to capture the white bishop. So Pia is going to sacrifice her knight in the center to lure the bishop out of position. And then she's going to take this bishop. But computer says she should make the trade in the middle first and then take the bishop. And now there are some nice tricks here. For instance, if rook takes pawn, Pia can sacrifice her bishop in front of the white king, but it's not really a sacrifice because if that one is captured, there's a double attack with the queen moving back, attacking both the king and the rook. So it's looking good for Pia right now. And I assume she's just calculating these capture variations. What decides who plays who? You play against someone with the same amount of points as you. So if your team won the first round, you play another team that won the first round. I'm gonna make sure I don't miss out on any messages from Anna. Anna was like, there's wow, gifted, 5 gifted, let's go. We're celebrating the win. Anna was saying that she was expecting, because the relay of the games are on a delay. At least I think they are. Maybe they were over 30 minutes delayed and they decided to just cut the delay altogether. Well, the broadcast delay. I don't know. But Anna was pretty clear that she was going to come for an interview right after the game. But it seems like either things are very chaotic in Budapest, or she got mobbed by a series of fans leaving her board. Because that's a thing now. Or it's longer from the venue to the cell phone storage than we were expecting. What is a thing? You know, having fans and getting interrupted for 10-15 minutes. Fans wanting photos after the game. Anna is watching Pia and forgot the hammer promise. That could also be the case, yeah. England has brought one of our 9-year-old prodigies to this competition. The funny thing, Jeffrey, is that the 9-year-old isn't even the worst player on the team. Like, she's a legit. I think the funny thing about Bodhana playing for England is that the fact that she's playing seems to have inspired some of the other top women to play, even though they haven't always participated in the past. And even though it's the strongest team the England women have fielded for ages, but Hannah is not, she's not the weakest link in any way. Anna is doing a Chess 24 interview. Oh my gosh. She's abandoning her own stream to talk to others first? Okay, I switched to Chess 24. It's just Hess and some other guy. I feel like there was some false advertising there. Gotta pay them bills. Well, if she wants to pay bills, she should come on her own stream instead of, you know, featuring for free on the chess media stuff. We got some moves in Pia's game. Pia did not capture the pawn in the center. I'm somewhat surprised by that. Instead, she centralized her queen, getting an X for that move. That means you missed an opportunity to win the game. Her opponent asking for a queen trade. Pia says no thank you. Moves away to have the bishop attack towards the queen in the center. But now this queen can move and keep the bishop on d3 protected. So the tactics we were looking at with capturing in the center no longer viable, as the bishop our queen was pointing towards is now protected. And if black tries to move their pawn up to kick the queen out of its position, white could potentially go for a counterattack here, aiming to checkmate the black king, with the queen and bishop supporting each other in that endeavor. Pia's kind of losing control of this right now. She had a winning position, but computer is less impressed right now. Okay, pawn to g5. Suddenly Pia decided to go quickly, and she's playing pretty controversial moves for that quick play. She's trying to move her pawn up to the g4 square, where it will restrict the white knight from ever getting into the game. Ooh, but the white knight jumps there first. I'm not sure that's doing anything though. Pia can still just continue forward. Pawn up, attacks the knight moves, but then the black knight starts pushing forward, aiming for some juicy central squares. I don't really see how Pia can avoid this pawn push further forward though. Because now Pia has a bit of an issue that if she just tries to protect her own pawn that's under attack, white has a nice trick here with sacrificing the bishop. And if the bishop is captured, pawn moves forward, attack on both the knight and the queen. This situation was not possible on the previous move because then Pia would have been able to capture a bishop in the center with check on the king. But now that the knight has moved forward to get that d4 square under control, it's just an easy recapture while the queen and knight are still under attack. So Pia's got to be careful here. She does play g4, good move. Anna says that she made it to her phone, but she's being stopped everywhere she goes by fans wanting photos. And she needs to wait a bit for the interview. I can only imagine how stressful it is being a chess superstar. Pawn to g4. Pia's opponent is spending quite a bit of time here. She doesn't have much remaining though. If the knight moves back, it's going to be very tough getting this one into the game moving forward. Ooh, but it does go back. That's a big mistake. Pia in this position essentially wanted to push this pawn forward to restrict the options for the white knight. But now that the knight moved over and got pushed around, Pia has gotten 2 moves for free as a result of this. Knight g5, queen c6, knight h3 being suggested in chat. Doesn't that work? No, it definitely does not work. But pawn to h5 is good here. Just reinforcing these pawns that you've been so aggressive with on the king side. And then maybe you can move the bishop over here. The problem with pawn to h5 is that the white queen might just go and capture it. This is still a very tricky position for both players. And Pia is about to be down to 10 minutes. This could go either way still. Pia, of course, the stronger player with the time advantage and the better position. She's a big favorite, but this is the kind of situation where one mistake gets severely punished. And it's easy to make one mistake when you're low on time. Pia down to just 10 minutes. Okay, pawn to h5 played by Pia. That was the top move recommended. But I'm curious, after queen to h4, there's no way for Pia to keep this pawn defended. So pawn to h5 is essentially a sacrifice. Computer says queen to d5 threatens checkmate. And after bishop back to protect, knight takes in the middle. Ooh, but then queen takes on the side. Very tricky situation. Kieran down to just 1 minute on the clock now. Does it matter if a team wins 2.5 to 1.5 as opposed to 4-0? Well, at the end of the tournament, a lot of teams are going to have the same number of wins, and then you get sorted by who had the most convincing wins. So the straight up answer to your question is yes, it matters. What's a convincing win? Well, 4-0 is pretty convincing, I think. You know, 4-0 is better than 3.5, a half, which is better than 3-1, which is better than 2.5, 1.5. Is there increment? Yeah, 30 extra seconds per move that's being made. We're on move 24. Kieran, she has 16 moves remaining before she gets an additional 30 minutes. This is all going to be decided in the time scramble. And I do like her previous move. She's going after the h5 pawn, and there's no way for Pia to keep that one defended. Kieran putting up a great fight here. Is there knight takes e5? Maybe. But the thing is, now you have to be a bit careful about this move rook takes. Because it's all about what pieces you have remaining after all the trades. And here, if white gets to sit with a bishop pointing in towards the black king, it might be worth losing some stuff on the way, because the white queen can then infiltrate in behind the black pawns. And even though white here has only a knight versus a rook and a pawn, the fact that the white queen manages to get at the king means that this is highly, highly problematic for Pia. Knight takes e5 seems like a possible move, but is actually a losing one. Queen to d8. Well, queen to d8, then you do lose your pawn, right? So you can do some kind of emergency queen trade to avoid getting checkmated. But the problem with that is then you're down a pawn. So how desperate are you feeling? I guess is essentially what we're looking at. What about b4? Yeah, you can play b4, but it's not threatening anything. White will capture on the opposite side. Things look like they're defended. Oh wow, computer says you can sacrifice your rook. But that's asking a bit much when you have 7 minutes remaining. Not that I really understand why this is good for black, because you gave away a rook for a bishop. Oh my god, and then computer's saying you sacrifice another rook. And then in this position, the computer says in order to win this, you're down 2 rooks versus 2 bishops. Computer says you just play a pawn move on the edge of the board to win the game. The idea is that the pawn gets out of the way for the bishop to give a check. Wow, crazy stuff. That's not going to happen though, I assure you that. What's the best move for Pia? Computer recommends queen to d5, which is what Pia did. Now the bishop is going to go back into defense. Pia has her queen and bishop working together with a checkmate threat on white. White moves the bishop back. Now the question is, knight takes pawn in the center. Looks tempting, but computer says it's a big mistake. Computer saying bishop attacks knight, knight moves, bishop attacks queen. And the idea here is if queen takes pawn, the queen is trapped. It's impossible for the queen to escape, the rook coming to the edge of the board next. But that's a difficult plan to find. Ooh, but Pia finds it. Pia finds it, and now she's going to win the game. The bishop comes, the attack on the knight moves away. But now bishop to g5 is going to prevent any sort of queen takes pawn nastiness. Pia realized the importance of kicking white's queen back, and she managed to coordinate her pieces in such a way that the queen could be kicked. That was 3 top choice moves in a row, and I think that's going to bring her the win. She's not up any pawns or anything at this stage, but just the benefit of kicking the white queen back seems very powerful to me. Okay, bishop to g5. When a grandmaster offers you a free pawn, you probably shouldn't take it. But apparently they don't teach their kids that in Fiji. That is a massive mistake now. The queen is lost. There's no way to save the queen. The rook is going to come in and attack on the next move. And Pia plays king g7 quickly. 4-0. 4-0. Sweden takes down Fiji. A second chess Olympiad in a row by the same impressive margin. Trash talking Fiji is wild. Hey, I'm trash talking the opponent, and I'm not discriminating on the basis of obscureness. Fiji bottled it like their water. Wow. Imagine thinking Fiji water is somehow owned by the Fiji government. I'm gonna look that up. It's probably just foreigners ripping off their water to make a buck. Our story, learn more. Okay, maybe I was a bit rough. They are at the very least saying that they have a focus on sustainability and improving the lives of native Fijians. Okay, I learned a new word. Okay, Bishop goes back, wants a trade. Trade accepted. If the rook now attacks the queen can sacrifice itself, and white would get a bishop and a knight in trade for the queen. Not a terrible deal. But instead, we're just going to accept the trade between the bishops, because even after the trade, the queen is stuck. Knight coming in clutch, guarding the g5 square. This means Anna better hurry back to her hotel, because we're going to need her interview soon. Is Fiji any good in competitive game or sports? Isn't it like Fiji and American Samoa, and like they're very famous for, I want to say, football? Rugby. Okay, close enough. They're throwing something around. Okay, a counterattack on Pia's queen, but it doesn't matter. We can just take the queen, and then we're up a full rook. We can also take the pawn if we want to be mean, but Pia is anything if not mean. And after the trades, Black was generous enough not to leave White as the only person without a queen. That being said, Pia is now the only player on this board with 2 rooks. And she's about to take the central pawn and centralize her queen as well, her king as well. It's game over. Are they playing another match today, or is it one per day? 1 game per day. There's going to be 11 rounds, but there's 1 rest day. So from today until Sunday next week, September 22nd, we're going to have Chess Olympiad streams following the Swedish women's team on this channel. There's 1 rest day on Tuesday the 17th. But other than that, come join us 3 p.m. or rather 3:15 p.m. because of the broadcast delay. Central European time and local time. That is 9 a.m. Eastern US. Are you going to do the commentary for all the games? Yes, Nero. Yes, I am. When can they have the pairings for the next game ready? So the team will know which their opposing team about, I want to say about 10 p.m. tonight. But remember that there are 5 players per team and that you can choose your reserve and stuff like that. So you don't get to know the actual player you're facing until I think like 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So first you get to know which team you're playing, and then you can choose to prepare for 2 different players. And then you get final confirmation who your opponent is in the morning. 11 days of hammer slander. Any complaints has to be directed to your streamer. Her choice. She made a good one. Thank you, Drachin. Okay, Pia's gonna win this. She's just raking up all the pieces. In fact, I think Pia might just sacrifice her rook here to open up more potential attacks against the white king. I say sacrifice a rook, but even if she gives up the rook there, she would be up by a bishop and a pawn. Why aren't you commentating the Botes games from the Olympiad? I wonder why. Botes is not qualified for the Canadian team. Potentially. Will they reach time control? Yes. They're on move 37 right now. But Pia's about to invade with this rook. I expect resignation to happen, well, on move 40. Thereabouts. Do they always have to finish the 4th game even when it's 3-0 already? Yes. Because it matters how badly you beat your opponent. It affects the tiebreak scores. Even though there are 11 rounds, there's so many teams that a lot of teams are going to finish on the same amount of points. And then the teams that won by a big margin is going to be placed ahead of the teams that won close matches. Why not fork on d3? The white bishop is defending the d3 square, so you can't go in here with a attack on the king and rook. Theoretically, can a team win the tournament with fewer individual games won? Yeah, easily. If you win all your matches 2.5 to 1.5, you still win the tournament. But you're going to have less individual wins than many of the other top teams. At the end of the day, what matters the most is performing well against teams around your own strength, against the other top teams. Can't you theoretically get a weaker team if you win the previous match with fewer wins? I guess you can get a stronger team. Because in theory, I think maybe they put the teams that didn't win 4-0 against the teams that did win 4-0. I'm not entirely sure how the pairing system works. Which is the strongest team in your opinion? I guess, well, in the open section, it's the US, but the number one seed in the open section, I don't think has won the tournament in ages. And then in the women's section, I think India was top rated. I don't know. I mean, in the women's section, it's like if Russia was playing, obviously Russia would be the big favorite. And then the Ukraine is missing the Musicek sisters, which is a big blow to their chances to win. Georgia is super good. They were amazing when I was young, but the thing is, they didn't really have recruitment. It feels like the past couple of years. So all the Georgians are now in their 30s and not as good as they once were. And then there's India. But I'm not sure I think India is that. I think the women's section is super close. I don't think there's any team that's like incredibly amazing. China, and the reason for that is because China's playing without their top 4 players. The women's section only has 2 players rated above 2,500. Kuneru is not playing for India. So yeah, it's like in the women's section, none of the top women are playing, which makes it kind of a, yeah. It makes it very open who's gonna win. Let's put it like that. Is Prague's sister playing? I thought so, but isn't she over 2,500? Yeah, no, Vaishali is playing. She's 2498. Yeah, so India has 3 of the top 6 players in the event. I guess that's, yeah, they're gonna be the favorites to win. Pia has won her game. GG's, well done. 4-0 for Sweden. A good start to the tournament. Is it better to win against a weak team than drawing against a really strong one? Yes, it is. And that is a major flaw in the current Olympiad setup. So the Olympiad rules are pretty bad because it's a lot better to win 4-0 against a weak team than 2-2 against a strong one. Well, not a lot better, but it's like of similar value. And it's a lot easier to beat a weak team. Okay, Anna is ready for the interview. Let's call her and hear some of her thoughts. Let's do this. And then I'm trying to do this. I'm not great with these kind of calls. And I've been very strictly told not to leak stuff. So I'm doing my best here. Oh my God, there she is. Hello. Can we hear you? Can you say something? No, we cannot hear you. Why can they not hear you? We did the Discord sound thing. I can hear you. Yeah. I can hear you. The problem is just some of the stuff we set up yesterday. That's gonna make you look a bit weird. Yeah. If I can just add my computer sound, that should be good enough, right? As a emergency thing, if nothing else. Audio output capture, create new emergency sound, system. Okay, try now.
Hello! Do you hear me?
Maybe a bit loud, but they can hear you at least.
Yay!
Okay, how are you
I am
feeling?
so
4-0, good start for the Swedish team.
Yeah, it's good, but Hammer, there was a point in my game where I didn't know what to do. My time was going down, and I hated my position, and I just thought, how have I gotten myself into this? Like, I literally, it doesn't happen to me very.
Oh, sorry, damn it. I switched the scene to put the board up, but then the other scene also didn't have the emergency sound.
Just
Okay,
copy
you're
paste
good.
it. It's fine.
We're suspecting that this moment you're talking about was after knight g4.
Yeah. So it was before. Okay, Hammer, go a few moves back. You know what I wanted to play? I wanted to play when the queen was on g3. I was calculating for so long, knight takes c2, but I just couldn't dare myself to do it because I thought maybe she just sacrifices the exchange and all her pieces are towards my king, and I just wasn't sure, and then I just didn't go for it. But that's why I spent so long there.
Yeah, computer says super scary for you.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was really close to making it. I was like, but I'm not sure. I mean, do you think she would have sacrificed the exchange?
I don't really see what choice she has, right? Because if she captures your knight, then like her entire position just collapses in every direction.
Yeah, exactly.
She doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, well,
so you're kind of forcing her to find good moves.
After knight takes c2, I mean, and the whole knight bishop takes h6, knight h5, queen g5. I was thinking maybe after I take on e1, I thought maybe she would take my knight or something, but no, she would just probably end up taking the knight back, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think just to protect her bishop, she would have to take your knight.
Yeah, and it would make it easier for her to find all these moves.
Yeah. Because she doesn't really have a choice in every circumstance.
Yeah, that's why I played moves that I thought would give her more choices. I thought maybe she would go wrong. But after knight g4, I thought, okay, maybe I should take on g4. But then I just was so scared of the pawn being on g4, and it just felt so, scary to have the queen lining up and everything. So I know I can maybe go knight h4 and knight g6, but I don't know. I was really scared of g5. But maybe that is the better option because I got a really bad position.
Yeah, no, I mean, what you got was okay. I don't know. Everything is uncomfortable, right? And part of the reason why everything's uncomfortable is because you let this knight live on e5.
Yeah. So where did I go
So this
wrong?
knight
Where
just
did
became
everything go
such
wrong?
a monster for you to deal with.
Yeah. So what was the mistake?
Well, I mean, there wasn't any big mistake. You're sitting here with 94.6 accuracy. It's just that you got into a very uncomfortable situation because you didn't want to go into an endgame against a lower rated player.
Yes, that is right. No, okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, I forgot about this. Of course, I knew that objectively, I thought that the best thing would be to trade everything, bum, 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 bum. And that's what I would have done against a high rated, but I thought, how do I win that,
Yeah, and this is what I don't understand because lower rated players they suck at endgames. Okay. Like if I can get an endgame against a lower rated, I'm like celebrating. Yes, finally they cannot checkmate me. The only thing they're good at is some kind of blitz bullet weird attack. And if I get them into the endgame, I'm gonna win. But no, because I recognize this because Alexandra is terrified of trading queens against a lower rated. But then when she does it against a higher rated, or if she's forced into it, then she wins every time because she's actually kind of good at endgames.
I love endgames, but
this irrational fear of trading queens, I don't understand.
Okay.
And you didn't even have to trade the queens. You could trade just the knights and then move your bishop back, right? With the benefit of this being that you didn't have to deal with a pretty powerful knight pointing in towards your king.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at this looks very nice and comfortable.
I mean, it's not because she's about to go knight e4, right? Which is a bit annoying. But
yes.
So if you could just play b5, bishop b7, then obviously this is going to be super for you. But the
Yeah,
problem is
yeah.
she's always going to go knight to e4, and that becomes kind of annoying.
Exactly, that was what I was thinking. So, and now she has the bishop here, my light squares are weak, and, you know, everything. And I cannot really take, right? Because the queen will be threatening everything. So, yeah, I don't know. I just felt like the whole thing was just uncomfortable. You know, I was sitting in pain the whole game, but it probably came from the decision of not trading queens, because I probably would have beaten her with just positional chess at the end of the
What
game.
I've been talking about is that the Sicilian opening in many ways is kind of a positional one. It has a reputation for being very aggressive, but that's because Black takes so much care to get some long-term strategic advantages. And because Black gets the long-term strategic advantages, such as having more pawns in the center of the board, the way White tries to punish that is to go for the immediate attack. And that's where the Sicilian's reputation is from. But once your opponent doesn't go for the big attack immediately, getting into an endgame in the Sicilian is often pretty beneficial for Black because, well, the whole point of the Sicilian, if we move all the way back to move 3, right, is that you get this trade of a C pawn versus a D pawn, and you get 2 versus 1 with the pawns in the center. And the problem with this is that you gotta survive being way back behind on development. But when you benefit from her going back and forth with the knight, you do get that equalize your development, and then queen trades are not the end of the world at all.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think actually it's a good lesson for me to not be scared of trading queens. But you know what happened, Hammer? It was that the 2 people next to me, they just won in like 15 moves, like, because they were just crushing after 30 minutes. And then I thought, wait, there's something wrong if they're crushing and I have this position.
Did you get jealous of your teammates?
What?
Did you get jealous of your teammates?
I did! They were just winning after like 15 moves, and I was like, why are their positions so good and mine is just equal? I was like, no!
We were talking a bit about team spirit, and I was telling chat that it's bad if your opponents are yelling at you if you didn't play well, but it's even worse if your teammates are happy you lost.
No. I'm not saying
that's where you are, but I'm saying there's a lot of different considerations when you consider team effort and well, team spirit.
However, I was really happy for it. I was celebrating. I'm just saying that I wanted a little bit of those positions too. I just thought, you know, they're beating them quickly. Okay, like, why is my position so bad? I gotta be able to figure something out. It was more motivating me to play aggressive chess more than anything. And then, you know, and then when I had to get into this endgame, I just felt like, no, I want to have aggressive chess to get the positions they're getting. But then the opposite happened. But
you did have the black pieces, though.
I did, and they had the white pieces, but they played amazingly. Did you show the games to chat? Like, they were beautiful, those games. I'm so happy.
Yeah, we didn't show Ina's game. I feel like her opponent just gave it away in the opening, but we did play through Margo's game. That was spectacular.
She played so well. It was amazing. So big clap to Margo. But yeah, that was I think that was the reason as well. But I'm gonna stop being that. And you know, the thing is this, I now feel like I am in like the chess setting, because I feel like the first day of the Olympiad, like, you go there and there's like all these people and you feel like you're in the Olympiad and everything feels so serious. Like, I have never been this nervous for a chess tournament the past year. I feel like this was different.
How so?
Because of the environment, Hammer. It's so like, how do I put it? It's so like professional.
When you're in the same room as Aronian and Carlsen and Caruana, you expect to play to their level?
No. I don't care about that. What I mean is, like, you know, you're not allowed to bring your own pen. You have to go through all these scanners. It's, you know, the one chance you get, you know, to beat a team. I don't know. You feel like you're part of a team. Like, I feel like it's higher pressure than what it is when you're playing a regular tournament by yourself.
Yeah, no, that I understand. Wanting not to mess up on behalf of your team.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So that But now that I've gone into it after the first round, I feel very ready for the next rounds.
Okay, let's go then.
Yes.
What
Okay,
kind
but
of
Hammer,
opponents are you expecting to get in the next one?
I think strong, right? I mean, we.
Well, I
went
don't know,
4-0.
but if you beat Fiji last year, you can at the very least tell us who you played in the second round that
Hammer, do you
time.
think I remember?
I don't know.
I have no idea who we played in the second round.
But you did know you played
crazy
against Fiji in the first round last Olympiad.
Yeah, we did. In India, we faced Fiji the first round, and I played against my opponent then, and I beat her, but I had the white pieces then. So this was my second time playing my opponent. But it's crazy that we played them again the first round.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you're just as good and or just as bad as you were last time. Maybe it makes sense.
I'm better. I'm better, Hammer, than I was last time. I'm a better chess player than then.
Okay. Maybe they got better too then.
She did. She gained like 200 points this last time. She was 1,400 when I faced her last time.
Yeah, but how much of that is the rating adjustment?
Probably a lot. But you know, they were so sweet. Like the whole team, can I just say this? That is the nicest team ever. We got there very early because the whole transportation system this year, it's a complete disaster. Like, oh, Hammer, you have no idea all the things that happen. And then after
Oh,
the
I was
game
getting a
as well-
message that the Norwegian team waited for over an hour for their bus.
Yeah, it's a disaster. The whole, you know, the logistics, a complete disaster. I feel like this time. You know,
Can you
yeah,
walk? How far is it from your hotel?
It's a 40-minute walk.
Honestly, I'd rather do that than waiting for the bus for an hour.
Because, you know, they said that the buses would come at 1:30 and the latest one would come at 2:15. At 2:15, people have been waiting, and we're talking about 100 people. They've been waiting for, you know, over half an hour. Then a bus comes and they say there's only 5 seats. The next one is coming in like 10 minutes. And it's just a complete disaster. And some people at this point are taking the metro. Like, I think the US team took the metro, you know? Like Wesley So.
Probably smart.
Yeah, which is smart, but like it's a bit of a disaster that it doesn't work properly. And then you know what happened after the game? I left my phone in the locker, right? Like I before you enter the playing hall, like you leave your phone to put it in the locker. So they forced us to exit from a different place than where we entered. And then I was like, but can I get my phone back? And they said, we don't know where your phone is. And I was running around and I couldn't find this first locker place because we had to take a different exit and I had to walk for like 15 minutes to get my phone back.
You didn't remember the number or something?
No. They have different locker rooms, so it's different, but you can't access the first one after leaving the playing hall.
It sounds tedious.
Yeah, it was a disaster.
Is the hotel nice? I was telling chat that the Norwegians always get a good hotel because the organizers put Magnus as in the VIP suite. Are you in a VIP suite?
So Hammer, you know what? Sweden was supposed to stay in the same hotel as Norway, and I thought, yes, wherever Magnus stays, it's a good hotel. They never put Magnus Carlsen in a bad place. What happens? They apparently got the booking wrong, the hotel. So they basically had booked the wrong amount of rooms, and they told us that either we would have to split the team or we would have to move hotels. So just 2 days ago, we had to change hotels to a different one, and now we're in this kind of random place. But it's pretty okay. But it's not the Magnus Hotel. It's not. Very sad. Do you hear this? Also, can I say another thing, Hammer? You know what happened?
No, but I'm expecting you to tell me.
When we landed, of course, because there was a switch of hotels, they had lost our transportation to our hotel. So what happens is that we land, and the head of delegation of the Swedish delegation, he's talking to these people, and he's saying, you know, this is our new hotel, like, can you please fix transport? Because they fix transport for everyone. So we land, we see Denmark's team just, you know, straight up walking, you know, to their transportation, everything is ready. And then they tell us, okay, it'll be here in 20 minutes. We wait 20 minutes, we ask it then. They say they don't know where the driver is. We wait 1 hour and 20 minutes. And at this point, I've had enough because we had to go to the opening ceremony. So I tell, you know, this guy, I'm like, okay, let me try to fix this.
Did you do
myself.
do you know who I am?
No, I didn't do that, Hammer. But I went up to the two ladies working there who are very kind, but they were just a bit confused about everything. And I say, excuse me, we have 12 people here that have traveled the whole day, and we have waited for 1.5 hours. Could you please tell us where the driver is? And if you don't know, can you call them right now? And the girl goes, yes, okay, I'll call. And then she calls, and then in 5 minutes the driver is there.
I'm not sure if you want praise for being a good Karen or praise for fixing it for the team. Did you get a lot of credit within the team for your effort here?
I did get a lot of effort, but you want to know the funniest thing? The bus comes and they have no idea where we're going, and so they ask me, what is the address to your hotel? Like, what is the address? And I'm like, how am I supposed to know? It was a complete disaster. So I had to talk to this bus driver and explain him and show him the directions to get to the hotel. It was like it was a complete disaster. But anyways, that is I was very proud of this, Hammer.
Yeah, no, that sounds proud of being a Karen. Yeah, no, it's personal development for sure, but I'm not sure it's in the right direction. You have played the Olympiad previously, correct?
What?
You have played the Olympiad previously.
Yes, twice, and this has never happened.
Never happened? What? Are you kidding me?
No.
No, I mean, I guess my biggest surprise hearing you going on about this, I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Like, this always happens at the Olympiad. This is not like some exceptional thing. Everything being a mess is like the normal order.
Okay, Hammer, I don't get this. I have stayed in the same hotel as Norway the last time, so we were in the same hotel in India. Wasn't that amazing? Didn't that work so well?
Yeah, I guess.
We even took the shuttle back sometimes, Hammer. Remember, we were sitting next to each other and talking about our games and talking about life. It was awesome.
Yeah. I've tried to forget everything that has to do with that tournament.
It was my favorite time going back to the hotel in the bus with Hammer. I don't know how, but I always met you at the bus. I don't know if it's because the bus never went or what it is, but you were always there.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I guess I lost all my games at the right time.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna bring up bad memories, but you called me a Karen, okay? So now this is my payback.
Well, I think it was slightly deserved. I don't know. We'll let chat be the judge. Okay, any other big stories about your heroic effort on behalf of your team?
No, that is it. But Hammer, did you enjoy commentating? Did you have fun with chat?
I think we had quite a bit of fun. Did not greatly enjoy the 23-minute delay to the round, especially going on starting soon at like 10 minutes past 3 and then having to thread water for half an hour. But
yeah, it was the buses. All the buses were late. It was a bit of a mess, but yeah. I think it's gonna be good from now on. I think this is a one-day chaos thing, and I'm sure that the Olympiad will fix it, and everything will run very smoothly from now on. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, and you might as well wish for $1 million while you're at it. I would take the metro tomorrow, but that's just me.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Hammer, I am gonna let you go, and I'm gonna celebrate with the team that we won 4-0. Tomorrow we have a more difficult team. But for everybody that's watching here, know that I'm doing recaps every single day. So I'm right now doing daily recaps. I'm also filming a lot of stuff so you guys can see what the behind the scenes of everything is. So I filmed some of the part of the opening ceremony. I'm filming some vlogs, and I'm going to be posting a daily YouTube video about my experience here. So the YouTube video of today will be coming out tomorrow morning on my YouTube channel. So stay tuned for that.
Did you film yelling at the girl at the bus station?
No, I didn't film that. Okay, someone should have filmed that, but it was too early.
Okay. Well, I would have subbed for that. Let me tell you.
I didn't yell at her. I told her very politely, and then I said, "Thank you so much. You're amazing." I told her this. I was being very positive.
We'll have to take your word for it, since you conveniently chose not to film for your vlogs. You would think that was the kind of thing that would get a prominent positioning in the vlog, but you know, either you forgot or you censored what happened.
What are you calling
we'll
a
never
vlog,
know.
Hammer? And why are you not subscribed already to my channel? I cannot believe it.
What can I say? I'm a tough. I like to be a tough sub to get.
What more do I have to do than hire you as a commentator and streamer?
Well, I
channel?
do follow some city build planner plays. So there's this guy who plays like city building games. He's very good, and he's like a city planner in real life. So if you had more of that kind of content, maybe.
I'm sorry, I only do the content of the game that you've played your whole life and became a grandmaster in.
Yeah, not that interested in such things, unfortunately.
Okay. All right, Hammer. Thank you so much for commentating. Thank you so much, Twitch and YouTube, for watching and rooting for me and the team. Tomorrow, we go again, round 2. Obviously, I never know if I'm going to play or not, but Hammer will be here because it will always be either me or my mom that is playing. It's only one person that's resting each round, so we'll see. But yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and thank you, Hammer, as well. Bye-bye.
Bye. Should I just close the stream now? Are you doing a raid? What was that the end?
Let me do a raid. Wait. Also, thank you so much, Dumb Fat Duck, for the Prime. I appreciate it. And thank you all so much for all the subs. Have you been thanking all the subs, Hammer? Are you being excited?
Am I supposed to do that?
Yes, and it's September too. Of course you should do that. Are you kidding me?
I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, good. Okay, who do I raid? Let me raid. Who's even live? Okay, I'll just raid Rosa, and I see that he's streaming right now, and he's talking about the Olympiad, so there we go. Okay, bye-bye, everybody!
Do you want me to... What if you just say, please shut off the stream when you want me to shut off the stream?
Sure. Have you done it already?
No.
Okay, you can do it now.